Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much for the Wayward Ones, session 29. Coming into.
Yay.
Whoop, whoop.
So excited, everybody. Um, so if you're joining us, we appreciate that. Uh, where we are at currently is Fort Farron. We spent the last session really separating out into different sorts of not storylines, but sources of like information pathways. We're really kind of branching out, going to different NPCs, speaking with them, and they all really centered around um, getting more information in pertaining to Orcivis, deities, Shadowfell, like what we can do to kind of prep ourselves and getting ready to go to the marshes if that's even still an option. Now, the curse has been lifted from Felix. So, whatever that the Orcivis is being the mind viper and plaguing them with these dreams and illusions and these other things, that has seemingly been removed, raising the shoulders, quote unquote, because if there's any sort of connection that drew Felix to that kind of goes in has to be related to whatever curse has been removed, right? So, um, now we do know in terms of time, and there's a couple things. One of the things is like an open invitation to the People's Palace in the Elder. That's really just kind of getting gratitude for your service from the king, right? You're kind of getting that in terms of being offered. And then the second thing is, which is happening tomorrow, which is the 11th of Sephiros, and that is the movement of individuals from Othema. So, Cassus, I'm looking at you, right? You got your people, you got your homies, you got Lord Down Valor, right? And so they simply stated that from the commander simply stated that if you wanted to meet with Lord Down Valor, if you want to interact with them prior to you departing wherever you go, that you would have to wait another day here, right? Because today's the 10th. Now, they are a war party esque. They have the banner riding with them. They're taking the paladins, they're taking soldiers, right? So, how much of a kind of talking you can do with the Lord probably pertains in the matter of even half an hour to an hour at most, because they are on the road. They are really just passing by. Commander Remar Luna also said that they'll have coin in the morning for the party if they come back with more information about their quest. And so we really are in that morning. We still have a couple hours per se of things we'd like to do. So I'll kind of leave it onto the town map here if you want to separate into different places before we potentially go to that meeting, or do we say we don't have, or do we say we don't have information and we just branch out and fan out to where we want to go next? Like, do we even want to go see the Commander Yara Luna? Do we have any information that we could offer them that says the quests have been achieved here? So, I mean, there's a couple different things, but I'm going to have it unpaused.
Michael, did we take a long rest at the end of the last session? I'm gonna miss that. I see some people had rested. I didn't know if that had already happened.
Yeah, no. So we had taken a long rest at the end of the last session. In fact, at the very end, because we had basically ended the session with long resting and then taking the level up. So we are essentially waking up at the tavern, right, with all of us kind of coming into our rooms and staying the night. So make sure that you all have gone through the long rest to recuperate your health pools as well as your spell slots and your features. And it is the new day. And so I'm leaving it on the town map because we can always interact with the auditor or sit at the table and talk amongst ourselves. But I'm just going to let you all really decide where we're going to aim for this day in terms of, hey, I want to go check out the smith. I want to go to the market. Well, I'm just waiting for the meeting with Commander, or perhaps let's delegate. Let's figure out if we want to talk about this, and do we even want to meet the Commander at this point, or do we just want to say, hey, let's get going to the marshes? right? Felix's curse is gone. Why are we even waiting? So I'll leave that all up to you to figure out what you'd like to do as characters.
I believe when I came back yesterday, I told everyone about what I had learned, that Kalima was alive, that she was the source of everything going on in the marshes, and she's very important to Grugash. I think I told everybody that.
I believe so.
So, yeah, I think in theory that means we have more information.
Did
Okay.
we ever figure out concretely what was causing them to attack here beyond just my hypothesis? That I think is wrong at this point. We proved that wrong.
Nope. Still have to
No.
establish that.
Well, there's always text scriptures. Maybe we can go look into things, see if any more information on this Grugash, or we can actually dive into it ourselves. I can ask a couple questions to anything that will answer me, but I don't know if Grugash or Orcivis will answer me this time again. That was kind of weird.
Mr. Atala, didn't you get a book from the priest Donnelly?
Yeah, I have that book. I'm just asking more like there are some deities or some powers I have to talk to deities that can give certain secrets or different meanings. Sometimes they're not in text, but I'm just giving ideas out, honestly.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna do that, we should do it before our meeting. You know.
Yeah. If give me a couple hours and then I'll be able to see what I can find out in this book.
Oh, I meant the talking to somebody else.
Oh. All right.
What time is
And
what time is our meeting?
Well, it's early. Sunrise, believe noon. If I'm not mistaken, Michael, it was noon. Or did they give us a time? I'm not too sure.
In terms of the meeting with the commander,
Yeah.
they just said in the morning, you know.
All right.
Goodbye.
Well, it's still early. I believe we probably have a couple hours, if anything. I would need 10 minutes. What do we want to know, though?
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I would really like to know more about this whole essence of dragon thing that we've all been carrying around. What the hell it is? How do we use it? How do we make it better? Because it kind of didn't work so well last time.
I think that's a good thing to know, but I don't know if it's pertinent to what we need to know this morning.
Yeah,
Well, if we're gonna go hunting down a dragon, seems pretty pertinent to me.
I know, but we can research that much. I think right now, at least in my opinion, what would be really useful is maybe just enough information so we can go to the commander and get paid. I don't know about you all, but I'm very light on coin at the moment, and there's some things that might be useful, and running out might be bad. Also, this is slightly unrelated, but I need to talk to Lord Thonflora, so I'd like to stay here tomorrow if that's
Okay.
so. We're making plans. Should probably take that.
What do you need to talk to the Lord about? Like separately from our thing that we need to talk to him about?
It's a bit of a personal matter.
Right.
It's not cryptic.
I mean,
Felix, any ideas on?
Well, you know, we have a lot of disparate, information. You know, Orcivis thinks he's, King Daddy and in charge of Grugash, and Grugash's, at one time was helpful, but then maybe fell under his spell, or forgetting the other person's name, something like K. Klarna?
Kalima.
Kala. No. What did the name you just said? Thea, if she's there.
Kalima?
Yeah, Kalima. Thank you. Perhaps a third party perspective could help. Clarify that, but I'm not sure. I guess it depends on who you're asking, right? Because their information is going to come from their perspective, or is it like I don't know what you're doing here. So is it like a specific person you're asking, or
basically,
just
no? It's just the energy of the world to show me images of secrets or the legend of whatever place or person it is.
Yeah, so that could definitely be helpful. I think we really want to, identify a target or all of our targets, and so we can go and tell the commander and possibly the Lord, like, hey, this is what we're going to go do. This is where we're going after. Because right now, like, yeah, we're cool. We want to go kill the dragon. That's great, but is that the end all be all with what's going on? Is it Kalima, is that more involved? How does Orsavis play into this? So if there's a way to narrow down what the players, that'd be helpful. I don't know if that's something you can ask or not. Maybe the
Maybe
true
if I
head of the of this undead horde, or
okay, I could possibly ask that question as well. I might go with Costas' idea and ask about the marshes to see if there's anything we don't know about it. If there's any secrets that can help us. And then I'll use a different spell to ask a deity about the higher ups and the ranking system or anything like that. Just give me about 10 minutes.
There's just one other thought. Is we feel like these towers are pretty connected to what's going on, and possibly if we can determine a way to enter the tower, if they're warded, if there's like keys that are necessary. Just throwing a lot at you, just things for you to think about.
Mm-hmm.
You're the brain and all.
No, it's great. It's great. More ideas, more options. Yeah, so I'll just need 10 minutes. I'll go to my room. It's going to be a lot of smoke. It's going to come out. I'm going to leave, go to my room, and I'm going to, well, I'd assume there'd be a shop open before we had went to our hotel room. If I would be able to pick up about 500 gold worth of incense.
Oh yeah, I mean you could even stop by
know-
the temple real quick and pick up that incense as well. So Priest Emily Goldbelly has crates full of incense and is able to supply you with that if you need it. So I'm not going to have you. Priest Emily's not going to charge you with anything for taking that. So how much do you need?
Okay, cool. It's more thematic, but 500 gold because they're innate, so I don't need the materials. More for the themes, but yeah, 500 gold. So yeah, I'll just go to the room and I'll light a bunch of incense all around me, sit in a circle, and I'll just think about the marshes. I'll just think about the unveiling marshes and whatever information I can get, casting legend lore.
Michael, question for
What's
you.
up? Mm-hmm.
I remember way back when I'd once raised the idea of making some improvised fire arrows when we were fighting the Dorigar. I know that's technically a spell in D&D 5e, if If I were to gather up the materials, though, would I still be able to get like just an extra elemental damage modifier or something if I were to do that, like turn before combat or something?
So yeah, if you're trying to make fire arrows in terms of just like wrapping them and then you're gonna like light them up and fire them, I think that you can get the reagents for that and craft it and just have something there to be able to throw them out. It'd be a D6 fire damage associated with the arrows and something you can do in addition. So it'll definitely take time because you have to make them, but depends on we have a couple, if you're going to the marshes and you have some rest points, you can always do it during then. You just need to pick up the reagents to do so, which is not entirely expensive because you'd be working off like distilled spirits and rags at that point, and you're just making incendiary arrows in that way, just getting some extra fire damage. We can totally do that. That's fine.
Yeah, go take a market morning.
All right, kind of bouncing out. I'll give you a cost for the reagents, and then I'm gonna base it off of a quiver of 20. So however many you want to make, but we're gonna get to the legend lore here. So you kind of set your things about in the room and space. You feel an alignment to it. So you're in the middle of the casting here. It takes a long time, and so you're in the middle of the casting, and you begin to set the material components in space around on the floor, and eventually they kind of turn, and some of them are like aligning, and whispers and sounds of different things are emanating around you. Right, they're kind of communicating that legend, if you will. The marshes of Unveiling were once the largest and most immaculate forest in the entire continent. They were referred to as the Redwoods by the first people, dwarven clans, elf colonizers, and Feywild natives. The Redwoods were shaped by a Feywild congruence, bring forth a variety of different races, creatures, and metaphysical properties to the prime material plane. The construction of Thixia was of paramount importance to the Fey natives to protect the congruence and house the rare artifacts that were needed to channel, or the towers, to channel the bridge to their home plane. The Satoric Citadel, named for a prominent member of the Morsatra, was built to protect the site of congruence, a near mile-wide radius. At the center was the Satoric Tower, an embassy for emissaries and delegates from the Feywild and Bank. Period of Selenkova, on the 7th of Nim, late spring, was the time that the congruence would naturally bridge and bring about the transportation of numerous amounts of Fey that were trapped here after the Sundering, as well as those who freely came from the Autumn Vale to here. They began to study, understand, and the mages of Morsatra, these beings from the Feywild that were birthed from arcane magic, brought about by Feywild deities to protect the Fey, their creations. They found a way to instill their magic, constructing the towers, and thereby positioning and aligning them in space-time to utilize the congruence and bridge whenever they would like. Now, the legend lore as it continues, and as such, it begins to talk about now more of a dark and twisted moment, bridging from the legend of the Redwoods, because the legend of the Redwoods is just as important as its creation of the marshes. Okay, so now the legend is changing to a specific point in time. And this legend falls through with the same that has been told by Paxina. It speaks that there was a matriarch of the Salinar that requested a gift to stop the congruence to the Feywild. As a result, the congruence to the Feywild was stopped, but the scaffolding of the congruence could not end. And as such, it was brought to the mirror plane of the Shadowfell. A deity known as Orsivis waited for this, had foreseen this, and was prepared for this. They then sent an onslaught of their undead to build an army that they could use to conquer and destroy. But there in the legend lore state is not to destroy in the sense we all know. They wish to plague with illusions of dreams and vivid memories and control, because they want power. Power that they lost when they created the Shadowfell, along with other deities. Once this was bridged, just like the Redwoods, influenced by the Feywild, the marshes were influenced by the Shadowfell. The area around became filled with Orsivis's domain. And the undead, empowered and emboldened by Orsivis, was at the deity's command. Halima. In this legend, as it continues, is the source and is the reason why the congruence to the Shadowfell and the bridge is sustained. Halima lives. The lore has yet to be finished. The story has yet to be told. But it continues to go into further of what could and potentially happen. The conquering of the world by a black dragon and the marching of undead hordes. The domain of Orsivis controlling the entire world of Antares, if unchecked. Not even the Talthars, Temerians, Deadmorn Kingdom, the Free Society of Gnomes, nothing about the world can stop the deity. At this moment, they are in infancy. They have yet to reach that power. That's where the legend lore stops. Nothing else is told. From the whispers of the spirits and souls of those who have lost themselves to this event, as many voices, countless hundreds, if not thousands, come to you, Othala, telling you this story.
Wow.
Well, that was epic as fuck.
So do you guys think that he just goes up to his room and smokes a lot and then just comes down and says some random shit?
He just gets so stoned that the answers just appear in his mind, and I was like, I have cracked it. Eureka.
Exactly. Like he comes down out of down the steps, there'll be smoke behind him, and then he'll say a bunch of crazy shit. Dude, the wisdom of the gods is like, come to me, bro. I seen it all laid out.
Dude, I have a great new invention. It's a shower, but not a shower.
It doesn't get you wet. or clean you.
But like you just put your feet in it.
I got to turn my camera off for my wife here. It's going to go black, but I'm still here.
And just a follow-up question after that, just to make sure. I'm gonna cast divination. If we take out Kalima, will we stop Orcibus?
So your divination is, if you take out Kalima, will you stop Orcibus?
If we remove Kalima from the equation, can we stop Orcibus?
If you remove Kalima from the equation, can you stop Orcibus? It needs to be out of character. I'd probably put a little more context into that, but I will give you the answer if that's your question.
Yeah, I'll just keep it like that.
You receive an answer of maybe.
It's usually how this spell works. Okay. Yeah, so opening my room, smoke cloud comes out. So I saw the future. Doesn't look too good if we don't do anything. And I'll explain my vision to everyone.
Wait, just to be clear here, like visions and whatnot. You say you saw the future. You don't secretly have one of them magic time traveling what's it books like Magello had, do you? Have you been holding out on us?
I mean, I am a time wizard, sort of like Magello, so I'm pretty sure we use the same type of energy or magic. I mean, all I have is my spell book and Freemar's and the book from my world, but it's not really useful.
Well, more just like seemed like he was kind of consulting like what may have already happened in a past runaround or something. So I guess what I really want to know is, when I'm old, am I likely to go bald?
Usually, I wouldn't be interested in this, but I also really.
All right, hold up. Yes, but only partly.
Damn it.
Bummy.
Hey, you'll have some on the side.
I guess it's time to rock the skull. Well, at least I know to prepare.
Anytime, Joe. So,
Mr. Cassis.
Yeah.
I figured that we should have you at full strength for whatever's to come. So I've been looking into how to fix you of your problem.
Oh, that's kind. Thank you.
I think I can do it if you want to give it a shot.
Of course, if you think you can fix it, I'd be happy to. We're in combat.
Okay. So
all the time.
it's a complicated procedure. Gotta lean into it a little bit, but first you need to be entirely full. So you got to eat like 3 meals worth of food in about 10 minutes.
Can I ask how you figured out this method?
Bard shit.
Okay, I'm convinced. Let's do this. But I have some other things I'd like to do because it seems like I might be going into a bit of a, I believe I heard it in legends. I believe it's called a Thanksgiving coma. So, There's some things I like to do beforehand, but maybe later tonight, I'd be happy to try
Nope,
out.
okay, well,
this
I guess
barge.
you'll figure it out. Oh, he'll
Oh,
somebody
okay,
else.
okay.
Don't worry about it.
You can't do it tonight. You have to do it now. Is that what you're saying?
No, I only want to do it now. So
Okay, fine. That's fine. If you're so insistent, may Paylor guide me. Let's do this. Can I do an insight check? Like, see if he's lying. Can I like try and see if he's lying and pulling my leg?
Felix, I mean, you leave that up to you. You want you?
I am Felix is capable of. I mean, I don't think Felix
Yeah.
is capable of healing you, or believes he is.
Okay. Costas is in. Let's do it.
You'll have to go get some food from. Yeah, dear. He doesn't like me, so
Okay, yeah.
remember 3
Got
meals
it.
worth.
3 meals worth. My God. How large is a meal by your definition? Like, do I need to like, get like a regular meal or like a normal person meal?
Whatever you would normally eat, and for your breakfast, eat 3 times that amount.
Okay.
I don't know why you're complaining so much, man.
Yeah,
I
I just need to
eat
know
a
like.
shit ton of good food, man.
I
you
suppose-
jump
I suppose.
on that.
Okay. I'm good. Yondir.
Yeah, what do you need?
You know what I usually get in the morning? I need that times 3.
Why?
3 times what I usually get. It's been 2 weeks. It hasn't been 2 weeks yet, so should still be on Priest Dumbly's tab. Yeah, I should charge him.
All right.
Okay, and some whiskey too. I drink that in the morning anyway, so it's probably included.
Of course you do. Get wiki. Get food.
Car alarm's going off.
Ah, is it a siren? Is it maybe like a banshee of some kind?
Okay. So Yadir start preparing food for your breakfast here. You're probably bringing other food as well for the table, given that you've ordered 3 different helpings. Getting different sorts of, looks like kind of ham that's been kind of smothered in gravy with some biscuits and other things. So large heaping piles of that in different trays to begin to kind of form off, living in family style, as well as a bottle of whiskey to begin to come over and slapping down onto the table. 3 helpings and 1 solid giant platter tray in front of you. Costas corks the bottle of whiskey just for you.
All right. You're welcome. Get some ale.
And then comes around with a pitcher of ale, filling some metallic and clay steins as well, and begins to funnel all of them throughout the table. And gives you all that. No water served. Yonder simply just walks back, all jolly, back to the bar. All to you.
As he's walking away, I yell, "May the Dawn Father smile upon you!"
Head up. Give him
He'll come around one day.
And just continues to walk away. So this is out of character. Anna is having connection issues. It seems to be related to them not actually having internet, so they're on a mobile hotspot, so they're not able to get a good enough connection to Foundry or Ninja, it seems. So they're struggling on both accounts. I'm unsure of what we should do in terms of trying to get them on to be able to play. I'm honestly not confident that they can even run Discord on the mobile hotspot because they don't really play with that. So leave it all up to you in
Can
terms.
she connect to the URL on her phone?
Oh, are you talking about the connection? Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to see if they can divide it up, perhaps.
Like, we don't connect to Foundry at all, and just connect to Ninja, because at least she could hear what's going on, and then you can move her around.
That's what I'm gonna suggest. It's gonna be the last ditch effort. But if I can't get them on that, then we might have to move over to Discord here. So just to a forewarning here. So make sure that they can connect and play. Sorry.
The game comes first.
Well, they don't normally play on hotspot. Their connection's been bad this week, and so they're now struggling. My biggest concern here is that I don't think if they can't run Ninja or Foundry, like either one of those, like that, they're probably not going to be able to even with Discord either. So, see if they can get them on.
Okay, this is a bit of an extreme, but what if do they have like a cafe nearby? Like I know there's a lot of cafes.
Yeah.
Starbucks Wi-Fi.
I mean, maybe they could. Seriously, it's like a cafe like 10 minutes away where they sometimes have D&D groups go there on Saturdays. Like if there's something similar, like maybe I should like go there, plug in some headphones.
There's gonna be some soccer mom hanging out with her friends drinking lattes, wondering why there's a schizophrenic woman in the background babbling on about dragons and Fey wars and shit.
That sounds
I
fun.
stab him. Sneak attack.
You just hear that's 50 damage. Just like. This is a brilliant idea. I think I should do it there.
Anna, can you hear us?
Oh, so you can practice your LARP.
I can hear you.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
We can
okay.
hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Are you on hotspot or did you connect now to your internet?
No, I'm on my internet right now.
Okay.
I
So
have-
how often are you having disconnects?
I don't know because it happened last night and I immediately went to hotspot and it wasn't an issue.
Yeah.
And I stayed there for like an hour and a half and then I went back to internet and it was fine for the rest of the night.
Okay.
So
So if you do go directly onto the mobile, my advice which was David had recommended as well. So I would definitely say don't be on Foundry at all, right?
Okay.
Because Foundry is going to pull a lot of that bandwidth.
mhm,
Just try to get on Ninja and just
mhm.
try to get that, and then also use a device that has lesser, like a phone, because that's
Mhm.
actually going to be pulling less juice from the hotspot and more. It's going to be easily able to connect compared to your laptop.
Yeah, no, I have Ninja on my phone right now and Foundry on my laptop.
Okay. So yeah, if you crash and go to the hotspot, just close out Foundry of your laptop and try to get that connection stable. If it happens again, we can migrate over. Like I said, we're all willing to
Mhm.
get over on Discord if that's going to fix it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just around the table right now. Looks like food has been delivered for this biscuits, and other sort of smoked ham, gravy, meat gravy, a lot of mutton type things, this white gravy, and then ale has been provided as well as a bottle of whiskey. 3 helpings of this have been given to Costas with a bottle of whiskey, courtesy of a conversation they had with Felix here. So
Costas unbuckles his pants,
Oh.
takes off his shirt, and this is gonna get in the way. Then he gets like the entire bottle in one hand, and he just starts grabbing stuff in the left and shoving it in his mouth. Anytime stuff gets stuck, he uses the whiskey to wash it down.
wow.
Dirty Joe he's anyway. All right, what you want to do now? You don't want to get too much starch all cut up in your. You need to get something to wash it down after that. Get a nice solid.
Yeah, it's like Dirty Joe's just like
Take it
over
right
my
down the
shoulder with
middle,
a towel.
and you wash that out. Try to move over to like something with the. Don't touch the gravy. The gravy's gonna stick you up. Leave that up in the back. Make sure you leave that to the last. Yeah, so on and so forth.
Okay. So piling the food in and then taking the whiskey down with it as well, you begin to fall prey to not only being severely intoxicated, but also sick to your stomach. Please make Constitution save.
The heroes of the realm, gentlemen. We've slain a dragon.
We'll make a competitive eater out of you yet.
Okay, wait there. Yeah, I was completely messed up.
22, continuing to pound it down. You're about 3/4 drink of the whiskey bottle, so a quarter left. The gruel food down to a single plate. You are extremely intoxicated, but you are still shoveling the food back It's been over 20 minutes of time as you've been consuming the food. The rest of your party most likely finished with their breakfast, just watching in utter horror. Causes you're covered in gravy from your face down to your chest, swerving down the food. You go in for the finish line and either con save.
Oh damn, we got a champion in our midst, folks.
Yeah, I'm
Come on, bring it
leaning toward like the edge of the table.
11 con save. Everyone begins to clear the table as Costas, you fall to the side, and you begin to vomit from your mouth, and then it explodes outwards from you as all of the food you just ate. It covers the table, covers the chair. The audience of the tavern stares in utter horrible disbelief. You see as Yadr, what the fuck? Yells outwards as you puke, and then you fall blacked out drunk on your own vomit and your own food. You are unconscious.
I throw 5 gold pieces to Yadr. My man, we're training him up to a competitive eating contest. Sorry for the mess. I'll help. Just fetch me a rag. I'll help clean all this stuff up. We're trying to get our boy in fighting shape over here.
A fucking rat? Gotta take more goddamn rat clean all up.
Go.
Use his armor like a bowl and just like scoop it in.
No, don't.
Goes into
Please
the
don't.
kitchen, down the cellar, grabs a mop and a bucket,
He has nice hair.
and then begins to waddle up, slams it down. Water splashes onto the wood floor.
What did you do?
You got it, buddy. The gravy was particularly delicious this morning, by the way.
Felix, is it still gonna work?
I think you're unconscious, so
Unconscious.
I think I would try to wake
He's muttering.
Costas up.
Costas unconscious. Literally face planted your own vomit and the plate and the food. You're just covered in
You should turn him a little just so he's not breathing that in. It's gonna give him heartburn later.
I think he'll be fine. There's a lot of experience with this.
Just kind of try to shake him awake.
Shake awake. Doesn't move.
I'll
Hey,
cast a
Follow.
healing word on him to see if he'll go him up.
You know how
Healing
you're always
word?
like. I was trying to say, don't bother with
Right,
that because you got that magical finger that'll clean all the dust and dirt off. Now might be a good time for that.
As you throw out the healing word, it becomes very apparent that what ails Costas, maybe lesser restoration, right? Other things, but they are still passed out.
Don't get that. Anybody able to cure some I don't know, poison state or something like that?
No, but it stinks. Start cleaning the vomit.
Yep.
Making it smell better.
All right, we'll wait till he wakes up.
That is a weird combination
I have coffee,
of foods to make that smell.
so yeah, it's not pleasant. It's,
I'm
it's
gonna-
weird how the
I'm-
gravy looks the same coming out, right?
Yeah.
Not really. Didn't have time to digest it. Now, see, guys, where he went wrong here, you don't enter in a thick, heavy liquor into your party regimen for a competitive eating contest. Like that's something ain't right with this boy.
Yeah,
You're
I
just
never told him
realizing
to
this
drink.
now.
I mean,
You just threw that
heart's in
in.
the right place, and I'm glad he was willing to go through this endeavor. I really respect him for that, but I mean, a whole bottle of whiskey at 7 o'clock in the morning, that's a bit much.
So I'll have like hot water, pour the coffee through the mug. I guess I would just leave this for him here.
Yeah.
You leaving some coffee.
While he's sleeping, I'm going to take out my ink and ink pen and start drawing glasses on Costas. So it looks like he's wearing like full moon spectacle glasses.
Okay. After about an hour here passes by as the vomit is cleaned up, coffee sitting there, you're all just kind of chilling, waiting for Costas. People are coming in and out of the tavern at this point. The day is fully upon us. Costas, you now begin to arise from your unconscious state. Now cleaned up pretty well from the presentation, but I'm, leave it all to you how clean you got them.
I left like the littlest drool. That's
Hmm.
it.
So really clean.
Did you at least
So
make it smell like
he
peppermint or
he
something?
still tastes the you taste the vomit. Mhm.
And the worst part of it is all the chunks that you get stuck up in your nose that are hanging out there for the next couple hours till you blow it out again.
Mr. Costas, you did the first step. You did it. Wow, that's so
Okay, that's
impressive.
nice.
Okay. Well, if you're ready for stage 2, so now that you've loaded up on all those carbohydrates, you now need to get those muscles going back again. You got to use that energy. You got to perform 100 burpees in a row without stopping.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Oh, by Paylor. I swear you're a demon sent from the 7th house. Okay.
Wait a second, there's 7 of them?
Oh, don't worry. You should. I have a book. I'll let you borrow it. It's great. Okay. Actually, you know what? Just here. I have it. He pulls
Can't let
out.
the carbs go to waste.
Nope.
Go!
Yeah, you got to use the carbs now.
Okay. He is not wearing any armor. To be very clear, he's maybe like in like. Actually, no shirt too. Still shirtless. So basically, he just has this like loosened pants. And that's really it. And now he's going for the 100 burpees. He's just
Wow.
going for it.
So
I'm going to
Costas,
lean over to
going
Felix.
down to do your burpees. Yeah.
He's gonna lay on hands himself if he ever feels like he's starting to run out of energy.
I'm going to
Okay.
lean over to Felix. I'll give you 5 gold if his pants fall down.
All right. So as you start your burpees here, getting off into the corner to, or not off the corner, but away from the table, to do your burpees, you come down to about 10, 12 of them, falling sweaty and fatigued. Yadir comes over staring at you, and then all of a sudden jumps onto your back. Need some weight? Here you go.
He's right. He's right, you know.
Grabs on you like Yoda on Luke Skywalker and is riding you. Need you to please make a athletics check.
I do not like the way this is going.
And for your information, Yadir is a musculature, very muscly halfling. I mean, they are dense. 15, you begin to work through. You get to about 50. Make another athletics check. Bardic inspiration for the athletics.
I'll roll it.
All right, roll a d8 for me, please.
So that's 20 total.
Okay, 20 total. Continuing past 50, you get to 75. You're tired, fatigued. You feel as if you're going to vomit. Please make a con save.
Mm-hmm.
$14. Gurgling at the mouth, you push forward. As you continue, you're at 95. 5 more left. Make an athletics check. Yeah, dear. Come on. He's whipping you on the head, smacking you, encouraging you. Let's do it! Yelling in your ear as loud as possible. 24. Costas all the way to 100. You stand up. Yadir slowly begins to pat your head. Good night. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Then hops down and puts the hands to the side. Shakes the head and slowly begins to walk back to do their tavern keeping. The crowd slightly. A little bit of a light applause.
Costas throws up his hands in the air like he just won a boxing match.
That's
Awesome,
great.
my boy.
Stage 2 is done. Oh my gosh, look at that, guys. He's been doing so well. All right, last and final part of it is now that you've fueled yourself and you've done the work, it's time to celebrate and show that you have the confidence in yourself. You need to perform the dance of your lifetime, or the ritual won't work.
The-
Dance for your life.
Dance
On top of that
for you.
table.
On top of the table.
On top of
You
the
can
Let's
do
go. You got to do it. It's a
He
performance.
pulls out the warhammer
Confidence
he got
building.
from Regamore and climbs on the table.
Dance ability. Wow.
So he is going to attempt a very complicated dance. We are going to include basically he's going to be on his hands, like holding himself up by his hands at some points. He's going to be using the warhammer as a prop, like the weight of it, so, like to like spin around, like he's going all out. What that check would that be?
Charisma, flat, or performance. I highly doubt you have performance, so just roll a charisma check.
I have proficiency in performance.
You have proficiency in performance? Wow. Oh, this makes so much sense. Good roll.
I got another bardic inspiration for this.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, it should prompt you to use it.
It's a 19.
All right. So taking your performance check here.
He had
with
advantage on the
D8.
roll because of enhanceability.
That's true.
Oh, it did.
That's true.
Let me roll
again.
again then. I'll roll another d20 just flat. D20 roll. Yeah, I'm gonna keep
Okay.
the old roll.
Well,
actually,
the old
no.
roll was a 2. So
The old roll was a 2?
That's,
So
that's
this would be a
Yeah.
24 then.
yeah,
Wow, how many
24.
bonuses did I get to that?
A lot.
Yeah.
Charisma plus your proficiency plus your roll of 2, and then there was a flat 10 for some reason. So I don't know where the 10 came from.
Where'd I get
Actually-
Wow.
I'm actually really curious about that myself. So, anyways, doesn't matter. So you stand up on the table and you begin to dance the dance of your life. If we were in a small town that banned dancing, you, sir, would make everyone rebel, and you would save this town from a life of boredom. As you are on the table doing your jig, the crowd looks towards you and again slightly stares, gives a little bit of applause. Then yonder with a meat cleaver comes out. What the fuck is happening? Get on my goddamn table! Takes the cleaver and throws it just above your head as it lands in the back wall above the chimney fireplace. You finish your dance, and the crowd slightly begins to applause once more.
I'm gonna throw the warhammer in the air and catch it, like as it falls back down.
All right,
I
make
am
a dexterity
politely
check,
clapping.
please.
Is
Politely
that saving throw
clapping.
or check?
Flat dex check.
Uh.
Eight. You see as Costas finishes the bravado, throwing the hammer in the air, and the hammer hits them in the head. Costas, you fall once more unconscious, toppling down to the table, smacking down and rolling off of it onto the ground.
That was beautiful.
Yonder walks over to the chimney place, begins to scale it, pulls out the cleaver. What the fuck is going on with all of you? I don't want to know. Smoking some goddamn good grade is what it is. Gotta get hit out myself.
As
Come
he's
on,
unconscious, I will take out 100.
Just admit that
gold
was the most
pieces worth
beautiful
of
thing you've
diamond
ever seen.
dust. I'll take out that diamond dust and I'll just cast a greater restoration on him while he's unconscious, so he thinks that the ritual actually is what cured him.
Okay. I like it.
Aiming to fix his decreased strength.
Oh, okay. So the greater restoration. As you do, you awaken with the vividness of dust around you, feeling rejuvenated and awake. Party members around you. A swirl of energy about as you open your eyes.
That was some damn fine dancing, my friend. I am impressed. Few people can keep up with the shredding of my jigs.
Yeah, don't worry. It may be not well known, but there are quite a few dance battles in Military Academy.
Well, you
Is that
must
right?
How
be
do
the
you feel?
champion. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And I'm going to wipe a tear away.
How do you feel, buddy? Stronger?
Do I feel stronger?
Roll a deception check for me, please.
Me?
You.
A deception check?
I haven't realized I'm really just making Lucas roll a bunch of things.
Oh, I don't know why I had. Do I have advantage on that? Why?
19. You believe it. Absolutely believe it.
Okay. I'm gonna try and lift a table.
You lift the table that lifts. Oh, you lift it above. Yonder continues to yell, "What the fuck is going on? God damn, put the table down!"
You can do it!
A little bit of a twirl, like I'm gonna spin it around a little bit, like a sign, then put it down.
Okay.
A little bit, not a whole lot, like not the whole thing,
Not a
just like a
whole
little, like.
Yeah, you feel strong. You feel good.
Costas, you must be the strongest man alive.
I don't think so. Maybe I can get them a run for their money. Okay.
Die. Lucas,
Guess that food is still there, huh?
you literally look like you were dying. You're like,
I know that feel.
So yeah. Thank you. I really need to go check in on the smithy. You know, I don't think I ever checked in on them after the attack, but thanks so much, Felix. And then he's gonna grab his clothes first, probably, but then yeah, he's gonna head to the smithy.
Thank yourself. You're the one that did the ritual. I just walked you through it.
So Michael, out of character, this did not have any effect.
no.
It had a lot of effect. A legend
Well,
was
yeah, there-
born on this morning.
He had a
Yes.
reduction in the strength score, right?
Yeah, I know, but we already checked. We already tried that with.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the reduction to one of the target's ability scores.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good
The
point.
spell!
According to the wording of the spell, it should work, and that's why I tried with Priest Dumbly almost immediately. And
Let me look up something real quick.
Michael, do you realize what I just put my character through?
You put your character
No,
through.
I'm just fucking with you. Of course it works. Gosh,
Oh,
Yes.
it works. Greater Restoration will cure the ability score decrease. Jeez.
Broken Paladin isn't so broken. Yay.
that's no fun. I liked him better when he was broken.
You liked it better. We could go to that. I could change
No, no, stop.
it.
Shit, that would have been really mean if I had made you go through all that and didn't actually cure you.
Yeah. All right. So your strength score is going back up to 20. Did you just change your own strength score?
Yeah.
It's down to 16 again. No, lightning bolt strikes through the roof.
I said it works.
I'm literally giving you so much shit, Lucas. I literally made you do all those stupid rolls, and then I basically was like, "No, it doesn't work." No, you're fine. Back up to 20. Everything's good. I'm just picking on you. Everything's good.
So
All right,
now
you
we
head to
all
the
know
smith.
that Costas is just the Lord of Dance.
Lord.
That's a word for it. That's a phrase for what Costas is. Yes.
Yeah, it's like he's just gonna have a dance battle with the next dragon to establish dominance. That's how it's gonna go.
Dance battle. I like it.
Okay, yeah, I'm stopping by the smithy to check on them.
Okay, so you're heading over to the twins, right? So you begin to head in the direction of the sun. So I mean, we're 8:30 in the morning here, so the light is definitely upon us. It's also going to move it a little bit past that. So Costas heads out. Is anybody doing anything in particular? I know where Dirty Joe's headed to the general store here, potentially pick up some generic spirits as well as some rags and things to be able to make these. But is anybody else doing anything in particular?
There, you owe me 5 gold.
I'd like to go to. I'd like to go to Paxina's house.
Okay, so you're headed to Paxina's. Okay.
Yeah.
You gave my 5 gold there?
His pants didn't fall down.
Yeah, you were betting the other way.
I said I would give you 5 gold if his pants fell down. They did not fall down. Goodbye.
I don't think that's right. She's a liar. And, I think we should wait for whatever Costas is doing, and Yeah, but I guess, but fuck off. We're just all going everywhere else. Um,
Okay.
Never mind. That was really cool what you did there, Felix. So a way to help our party member. Fuck me.
On that note, we'll transition over to Paxina or Priest only. Okay. No worries. Okay, so you're going to read the book that Priest Dumbly gave. Felix, what are you doing? We have to.
Well, if we're just killing time, Felix would search around the fort to see if there's another adventuring group that's looking for somebody.
Okay, so Felix is deciding, hey, I'm going to go talk to some other adventuring groups, other individuals. Okay, so we're all beginning to fan out our general directions. Currently, Felix, there isn't any adventuring group in here quite yet, so you're getting up at the bar, sitting down, just maybe tapping a little bit with your fingers. Yeah, you're running back and forth from the bar, cleaning up, doing some cooking, right, getting ready for lunch and dinner service, and you're just looking at the open door of the tavern swing back and forth as people leave. You're just waiting for potentially an adventuring group to walk in to the establishment. Okay. Now, we're going to shortcut some things. So, Dirty Joe, in terms of your incendiary arrows, to be able to make them, they are going to be not nearly as. Where did I put them? Oh, they're in your inventory. There we go. Okay. They're not very expensive. For a quiver of 20, it's roughly 2 gold pieces. That's really it. So, if you want to have 40 of them, you can. I can put that into your inventory for you, and that'll be 4 gold.
Thank you.
Okay. So I put 40 of the incendiary arrows in there, equip them.
And is
there.
that going to take, like, just so I know, like if we're in combat, is that going to take an action to get them ready so that I can use them the next round?
Yeah, correct. So these will be, you'll switch the ammunition type, which is just something you do, kind of, I pull from the different side or a different quiver, or I load the arrows differently. But you do have to take an action to light the incendiary arrows. And then once you light them, we're going to get to a little bit more, I light 10 of them as an action. Okay, you light the 10. And then if you don't use them, then they just become regular arrows, right? So they just kind of default over to regular. So you got 40 of those to help you kind of light them up. Again, it's a little bit of source of light as well when you fire, and can be beneficial to you. Now, Costas, are you wanting to role play this, or are you just coming in here for a specific request?
I mean, I would like to see what they have while I'm there, but this is definitely like mostly roleplay stuff.
Okay, so this is definitely role play. Okay, so we'll come to you next. So Costas, you get to the smithy here with a kind of a rain that's beginning to fall as you begin to pass in, just a light rain. There are some people within the crowds of the town as you pass by, and the blacksmith shop itself is continuing to work with the twins, and great work indeed, as there's many different soldiers in here requesting repairs for their armaments. And in addition to that, they are preparing for the Lorthound Valor's arrival. So getting ready in case they arrive, horseshoes, other sorts of metal work needs to be done for the wagons, for the equipment that they'll need to actually travel with the goods, the foods, everything, right? This is a war party, and it could be upwards of 1,000 individuals. They have to be fed. There has to be equipment. There has to be all these things. They're taking it all south, hundreds and hundreds of miles. So this is extremely busy right now for them. They're just running around. You walk into the shop. One of them passes by, which is the kind of the sister, and then the brother kind of turns and looks. Oh, how can I help you? Sweating at the brow, stiff. Now has kind of this black wrapping over the head to help with the sweat.
I was just checking in because there's the attack. I was worried about you too. Do you need help?
I suppose we can get your help. You were here to work all day. We could use you till tomorrow at least.
My group might be expecting me, but I can definitely work for a few hours, check with them, then come back if they don't need my help with anything. I could probably work here for a couple hours. But yeah, I might need to leave for a bit, but I'll be working for most of the day if you want me help with that.
Well, can you work or not? I mean, this is just a simple question.
I can work for a little bit now. I'll be back later and help more. Does that sound?
You want to pick up now, and then you're gonna head out, and then come back.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, that's good work. Follow me. Gets to move over to a piece of wheel well, axle, and things that are having in surplus in case one of the wagons is broken down. They need to repair it. So, kind of preemptively getting things ready to go, and you go ahead and do that. Anything else?
While I'm there, I'm gonna take a glance at their inventory and kind of try to just see how much, for example, stuff like shields, armor, and ingots costed again. I mean, just like while I'm working around, just I'm not gonna like actively ask them, but maybe I could be like, okay, there's that armor. Is it like labeled with the price or anything?
Nothing is labeled in terms of pricing. This is not a blacksmith with a shop front. It's just a really sectioned off area that they house surplus of the armors and weapons that they make. So nothing actually has a costing associated with it, like a plaque
Okay,
or a
then.
ping from the thing.
I'll just ask them about it tomorrow then. Yeah, I'm gonna just help out wherever I can. Try to improve my skill with like blacksmithing, learn new things as much as I can, but mainly I'm just trying to help the twins through this. Like, seems like they're really stressed.
Okay. So you're just in the process of helping and getting that. Okay, sounds good. We're going to go ahead and transition away from that, and we'll come to you, Thea. So you head in the direction of Paxina's?
Mm-hmm. I'm just like
Okay.
looking around. Potentially, if the door is unlocked, just go in, take in the scenery, you know. Remember their very short life that I was present for.
So with the rain falling down, the vegetation around the place seems to be in a little bit of a decayed state. So some of the trees are losing their leaves, and the vines and the other plants, the ferns, are all drooping down, whereas they were kind of up and lifted and nice. You come up to the door with the soft rain falling down. The door does appear to be unlocked. You pass in, and the candles in the fireplace, nothing's lit. No smoke billowing from the chimney when you approached, and you look and feel you're by the hearth, and it seems as though the fire has not been lit all night. You don't see anything on the tables. You walk upstairs, the spiraling staircase, and you look into the room, and none of the clothing and none of the bags that they were attempting to kind of pack have been packed. Everything's been just left there as it was exactly when you were teleported. Transport, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Taking it in, right? Feeling that moment. You sit there for a while, maybe on the bed, go downstairs and look at some of the tea and the other things that are perfectly labeled with all these herbs and whatnot. Eventually, you come into the storage. You do find that there are crates of healing potions inside of Paxina's house. Quite a bit. In fact, different rarities that can become useful. So you want to shuffle through those opportunities there. But for now, it seems like you're just respecting the place and just honoring it and looking through and feeling the emotions of a place that was short-lived for you, but long-lived for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm going to do that for a little bit, and then I will be taking some of those potions.
Okay. So we'll come back. We'll come back to you. Come now into the tavern. I don't think I can do this. Oh, I can do this. We can go bam, 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 multiple places. So, Felix, as you're tapping your fingers and things, eventually the door opens, and sure enough, a gruff dwarf wearing full plate with a warhammer and shield, seems to be a sentinel shield of some kind, comes in with a adventuring trope, a half orc, as well as a half elf, a full elf, party of 6. As they're coming in, they don't have any remarkable colorations about themselves. They simply take the long rectangular table that your party once sat at. Yadra quickly kind of scuffles over, looks towards the disgustingness that has happened here, and doesn't tell them any of it. They take their order here for breakfast, getting them coffee, ales, a bottle of whiskey, lots of food, setting it down. They begin to talk about themselves and different things.
Is there room at the table?
You can definitely sit at the ends, pulling up a chair if you want.
Hey, excuse me, folks. Wouldn't want to intrude, but you guys look like an adventuring sort. Can I buy you around?
Look in the direction of you. The dwarf speaks. We're called the Wayward Fellows. My name is Magnus. How do you do? Take a seat.
Oh, hey, Magnus. Thank you. Yeah, you guys just come into town, or you've been here a while? Haven't seen you.
We just came into town. Feeling as if we're going to pass up into the north of Frosttor and hunt one of those millipede-like creatures. Bet your fine bounty, perhaps. Seeing if Othema has anything to offer. We heard there was undead as well that arose. Seeing as if that might
Yeah.
happen.
Interesting. Oh, you guys definitely seem capable. Tell you what, you have any bards in your party?
All I think we do, nope. But a wizard, fighter myself, barbarian, begins to point out, but no bard. Suppose we could take you on. Not sure what kind of cut we can provide for you. Goblin and all.
Well, I more than carry my weight. I'm a pretty good healer. I'm good at utility casting. I, of course, am the face of the party. Kind of like frame my face a little bit.
Okay.
Not to mention, I can cure, horrible diseases that debilitate your and sap you of your strength. I just did so for an adventure earlier today.
All right, that can become quite useful. Look here, what's your name again?
Felix Fennicus.
Felix. We're gonna be here right for a trio of days so we get our fill and get our drink. Heading up north. Wanted to tag along with us. Hey, you talking to see a commander of the fort. Got anything good quest-wise?
Oh, well, I am with another group, but I'm not sure they appreciate me as much as I should be appreciated. It's hard when your work isn't valued.
With another group, eh?
Yeah.
They're
Such as
getting
they
the
are.
coin you deserve, eh?
Well, I guess it depends, Sometimes people are used to working down here, and I like to work up here,
I understand. You're a dwarf and all, yeah? Something to prove, right?
Mm.
Well, we're here again, staying here at the tavern for 3 days. Set off at the 13th of Sephiros. And out most likely in the morning. We got our wagon and stagecoach pitched up with the sub and stable master. You want to meet us there? You can meet us in the tavern, your choice. All right, Felix? We're leaving with you.
All right. Sounds good. I'll think it over. I'll let you know. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey,
and nothing on that.
Yardir.
Nothing on. What about that question for the commander? Eh? Nothing.
Oh, well, I got to think over what you put here, and if it's worthwhile, I'll let you in on it.
Oh, all right. You got something good going. What? Sounds right.
All right. Well, you have a good day.
You too, Felix.
Get up, and hopefully it was loud enough that Joe saw. I don't know what he's doing with his day.
So Dirty Joe, like you're like alone. Like everyone decided that they were gonna leave you. I think the only one is Othala up in the room. So they're even down at the tavern. So you're like alone. As far as those returning, Dirty Joe is most likely the first to return. Because they are just simply going to the general store and picking up a few supplies and then coming back. So Dirty Joe, at this point, I'll let you kind of pass in inside of the tavern. The rest of the party are still out in their separate ways. Advancing the time about 30 minutes.
All right, so I'm cruising back in. Got a new little side quiver of dangerous-looking incendiary arrows that will hopefully not blow up when I light them on fire. Sidle up to the bar. Hey, my man Yardir, it's get another ale. It's a post-shopping tradition of mine. Hey, Felix, what's going on, man? was quite the entertainment this morning.
Sure was, yeah. Just how are you shopping? I'm so broke. We haven't made any money as a group.
Well, mostly previous contracts. You know, we did manage to make a fair bit up north. Yeah, this is going to be our big windfall once we complete this current contract. Definitely make our stay around here worth our time. Yeah, after that, who knows? Maybe we'll go out trophy hunting out eastward or something. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's just something I'm noticing around this continent, like gigantic heaps of cash just seems to fall in your lap when you least expect it. At least it has around here, hanging out with us. I don't know what you're like. You've been around here a while, right? I don't think I've ever actually gotten much of your past before. Where are you from, man?
Well, as far as gigantic heaps of coin falling your way, I wouldn't know. I just spent my last 100 gold on that dime dust to fix Costas, so a little scant. But I'm from around. I don't know how familiar you are with these parts, but I've traveled here and there. Most recently, before I came across you guys, I was coming through Balder. Then I heard about you in Althema, and that's when I caught up with you all.
Interesting. Wait, hold on. You mentioned you fixed Costas? What do you mean fixed?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was a hilarious to do. I very much enjoy your ingenuity in giving us that amazing display. But what did you fix, apart from maybe his stomach lining?
Oh, well, he, I don't know if you noticed it, but since, he was a dum-dum and touched that crystal, I think he got a little weaker. And now he's back to normal. You'll probably see next time we fight something.
Well, I certainly hope that's the case. I can't generally divine what somebody's doing under their skin. I mean, you are more a magic user than I am. I suppose I just got to take your word for it. But if it seems like I'm ungrateful, it's just because I legitimately did not notice if you did anything other than make them dance on the table for our old general amusement.
Oh, yeah. I guess that could come across. That was a little bit more showy than the actual magic itself. That was all really for shit, but I'm a big believer if people think that they earn something on their own, that they they feel better about it. So I wanted Mr. Costas to think that he did that.
Well, you got no complaints out of me. That was goddamn hilarious.
Joe, I like you a lot, but I in spirit of full disclosure, and I kind of gesture over towards the adventuring group on the other side of the bar. I am being recruited by another group of adventurers, so I just want you to know I have to contemplate that offer. At least entertainment.
Oh wait, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, you have been worthwhile to have us around, or to have around us. It's definitely been pulling your weight. Be sorry to see you go, but I get it. You got to go off and find better things for yourself. I know you got your little storybooks that you're writing there, trying to get all the tall tales across the land. We're certainly not going to be the only ones around town. I mean, I don't know if they got a gigantic contract with the local lords like we do, but hey, a good offer is a good offer.
Yeah, like I said, just thinking it over. I think we gotta go meet up with speaking of the Lord soon here, huh?
Yeah, I suppose we probably should. I was never too keen on lords myself, but well, I don't know. This one seems all right.
I'll cast message, point up towards Athala's room. Like, Mr. Athala, I think we're getting ready to go speak to the commander. If you're not too busy researching.
Wow. Really, absolutely in character.
Everyone's sick.
Oh, Lucas, Jay's not sick.
Sick. Yes, sick.
Yes, sick. So
So
I
very
know what's
sick.
going on now. Okay.
all right. So
Yeah,
Athala,
he's
you're
sick.
inside of that
Okay.
tome, right? Okay. I need you. Honestly, I'm just gonna have you roll like a flat intelligence check at this point. Okay, 8. So, yep. Okay. Okay. Natural 20.
There it is.
That is a steep curve. Okay, so the tome is very old and it's difficult to parse through because they're really accounts that have been kind of collected through. This isn't the time dictated by the first people. Speaking about this is a time between like Palor people who worship Palor and also those who worshipped Bane. It seems that there is a contest and they relate this period as the Crusades. Not only are these two deities the primary ones involved, but the splitting of worship and somehow the separation of the two singular region of Alara into two, but it begins to account that other deities had influence and play, as it was a feeding ground for Palor worshippers, like long-lasting people that were devout to the sun god that now waned from it because they were forsaken into a place that didn't have rain. So they were in a place where food sources were dwindling, dragons now were unchecked, right? There was all these things accumulating and happening at once, and they're really returning to other deities that maybe would kind of help them out, right? That the sun god was just kind of letting them not suffer, but telling they have to struggle on their own. They have to figure it out, and so they wanted. Some people were taking kind of like the easy way out, right? It speaks that Orsavis is one such of these deities, having some stay within the dreams. There was kind of an accounting that Orsavis would try to come at individuals that really waned from their connection to Palor, crying out for help. That this deity would come to them in their dreams and not manipulate them, but tell them that they could become like into a better place. Like they could come home, they would be in a better place. Being around, all they had to do was just submit to agree, and they would be put into a better place. And they described that. They described these illusions and these other things as being real. That's what the intelligence check is. Because if you just read it out, they would just describe that they were in this beautiful place now and all these things, but you know that's not true. That they're clearly under the spell of something. And that is telling you that Orsavis might have had a longer history on this continent, even the rest of the world, rather than some of the stories hinting at in other texts. Perhaps this is like the first rendition of the deity's contact with certain followers, taking the opportunity to do so. It now speaks of a lot of them talking about Orsavis telling them in their dreams that their son would soon walk on the primaterial plane. And their son was someone of great power, that they would come into a form that was familiar but yet strange in the context of a humanoid, that they would arise to help defeat the rest of the dragons and best the continent and enable them to live in a prosperous state. They tell of a story that Orsavis has explained that they were a gift from another deity known as the Raven Queen. And the gift was to bring about a peace in the Shadowfell between them in terms of territory and followers. And the gift was the sun. Like Rugash was a gift. Rugash would be born and given all of the love from Orsavis before finally coming forth on the plane. That is what the story tells. That is what you're able to understand from the tome. Yep. Okay.
I agree. I've been kind of saying that, and I think Joe's ready for a fight.
And it sounds like you got all the information you needed as to where the hell this stuff's coming from in the first place. So, hell, let's collect our gold and get the hell out there and go kill some gals and dragons.
Yeah, we should definitely bring the commander up to speed. It looks like we'll probably miss that meeting with the Lord, but he can, the commander can let the Lord know what we're up to, or you can.
Yeah, Lord Schmong.
Let's get Thea and Cassus, and then go see the commander and maybe lay out everything that we know, as far as the marshes is concerned, and then let them know what we're off to do, just in case we don't make it or whatever.
Understood.
Oh, and Felix, I definitely admire your skills of persuasion and your general alacrity with being able to twist words around to get people to do what you want. But do try to turn it off when you're amongst your friends, yeah? Because I know as well as you that there are, free use diamonds in our bag of holding in case anybody needs to use them. So trying to weasel me out of mine was a bit of bad form there.
What? I don't know. Well, the diamonds are for revivify, right? That's different than diamond dust. I don't know how to turn diamonds into diamond dust, and that's a special component used for greater restoration. I'm not trying to wheezy out anything, Joe.
Well, it's very simple. You take a hammer, put it on some steel, and you crack it on a corner. Turns into dust. Depends, again, on the geometry and where you strike it. They are brittle.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that was the only one that I had, and I know we want to save the diamonds for bringing people back. But if we run into another situation like that, I can't do it without the diamond dust. I don't know if we can pick up some, but I'm going to open up my coin purse and show him that I have 5 gold pieces in it, and that's all I have to my name. Like, I can't buy anymore. So if we need more diamond dust for these things, I can't do it right now. Wait. Thank you.
Felix, we have spare cash on hand for a party fund in this bag of holding right here that our man Othal's carrying.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You absolutely knew that.
No, I didn't.
How would you not have known that?
I'm not sure that I do.
I don't think anybody has shared with Felix that ever existed. Yeah.
That's good to know. Okay, I'll definitely bring that up. Next time we might need to do something like that. Oh no, I prefer to earn my coin, but I'm not a weasel. Look menacingly over at Joe.
That's right. You're a goblin.
Okay, that'll be good. Well, let's go get Mr. Costas.
Heading over to the blacksmith now.
Mm-hmm.
You depart the tavern, begin to cross through, the light rain continuing to fall down, eventually pass through people that look towards you and slowly give you a little bit of a nod, a little hand, not a handshake, but a little nod, a little fist kind of raising up, signifying a little bit of folklore maybe passing through the town as the heroes of Fort Farron. You are aimed at the blacksmith. Eventually, you are able to reach that, and then passing in, rain hitting upon the roof, you see Costas aiding in the crafting of multiple horseshoes at this point. The conversation moving away from the axle, you've gone now to shaping horseshoes with doing your own independent work. Horseshoes are relatively easy for any sort of beginner smith. Working on the nearby anvil, at the right of the forge, your party approaches. Thea, I'd probably say you're there previously or getting there relatively at the same time based on distance in the town.
Okay.
Oh,
And
hey
then-
guys.
Real quick, we can retcon the health potions, so don't worry about that.
So we going to the commander now? Is that why you're all here looking for me? I'm assuming you're looking for me. Are you here to buy something?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you want?
Oh,
Okay.
he's not very good at it.
Yeah, I can tell. Okay, yeah. Like he packs up his stuff. I'm assuming like maybe he uses like a cloth or something to wipe himself down a bit. So he's going to see the Lord. He's probably covered in sweat after the morning he's had.
Oh, we're going to see the commander, not the Lord.
Commander. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, still,
But you
probably
do look phenomenal. I mean, those muscles are glistening.
he poses for like a moment, just like in the then gets back to it.
All right, tone it down. We're not putting you on a calendar or anything.
That's a great idea, though. Should we put it on a calendar?
Rich kids.
Maybe in a Lathan.
Yes, yeah. That's we'll do that in a Lathan. Okay, let's go.
New gift idea for Joe. Find out whatever crawled up his butt and pull it out. Got it.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yes. Thea probably picks up on it every time. So.
Yeah. You were right there, Felix.
Yep. Never
By the
better.
way, Felix, thanks again for the fixing me thing. That's
You're welcome, buddy. You're the one who goes up and runs and hits everything in the face and gets hit in the face by things. Need you to
because
be
I
at
do
your
get
best.
hit in the face quite a bit. It's surprising I still have one. So,
It is rather surprising that he still has one.
anyway, yes, let's go talk to the commander. I'm assuming I'm not the one doing the talking this time, based on
Ideally,
previous
no.
experience. Okay. I'll sit in the corner and look intimidating
Well,
then.
Right before we go in, Mr. Athala, you said you had some more information because we should try to be on the same page before we go into this meeting with the commander.
Okay.
Now, just out of character, our current agreement is what, Michael? Can you recap that for us?
Yeah, so going back in session notes here, as I wrote down. Wow, we're sessions back here for sure.
Woo-wee.
Session was it? It's not 26.
I have written down that he's offering a
25?
reward to stop the problem. 15,000 to
Session
ascertain
24.
information, and 10,000 for stopping the problem.
Yeah, so I pretty much concur. Session 24, we made this agreement. So 15,000 investigating marshes, the source, and why, and then
Mhm.
10,000 extra for stopping the horde. So again, we came in really to the 15K of like why it was happening. So, but that's pretty much it. The 10K is yours though. At that point, stopping the horde is something you definitely have done. Helping them defeat this wave, and then even passing it, perhaps. So you can always make an argument for that.
So, if that's the case, then we've already stopped the horde, and I think we have already agreed upon a fee for finding out why. I think we know a lot, maybe not enough, but I think we should definitely negotiate a further fee for stopping these things. Klima and Grugash, or some type of favor, or I don't know, try to parlay this into favor with the Lord or with the King. Just because that's really a third aspect, right? We stopped the horde, and we're honing in on the why they're attacking. But really, the third thing is to stop those, right?
Mhm. I would say so, based on what Paxina told us.
Right. We still don't know like the why though. Why Fort Farron, correct? Well, we
I
know
mean, we have
it seems like their overall goal is to increase Orcivis's domain, right? But we don't know what Fort Farron has to do with that. I think those are answers we're only really going to find in the marshes. But the other part of it is actually stopping Grugash and Kalima, right? That's a third thing, and by extension, Orcivis.
And I agree. I think we should negotiate that into a further add-on into our contract here. Because I mean, as far as the Y Fort Farron, seems like a pretty logical extension of what we know already. To say, hey, we have this crazy mind viper god that wants to take over the world, and he has a nasty son-in-law dragon who's a real son bitch, and this old Fey guy that he's got helping him out, and he runs undead armies. And how do you make undead? Well, by killing people. This is kind of the biggest settlement in the area around the marshes, therefore the biggest source of fresh meat for his undead pillaging crew. So yeah, it's logical that this is the first place he goes for his new supplies.
I have one question. This is a bit out of character. Did you explain everything to us word for word from the legend lore, or just summarize it? Okay. I may not be a big magic guy, so it may not. This might be just a completely stupid idea. But it seems like when they broke the connection to the Feywild, it kind of just went somewhere random, and that had, or maybe like Orcivis intervened a bit, and it went to Shadowfell. If we kill Kalima, would it go back to the Feywild? Would it just stop existing? Or would it go into someplace random again? And maybe we could like point it towards Paylor, you know? Get an entire forest for Paylor?
No idea about any of that, but
I mean,
well,
I'm assuming there are tons of other gods. Maybe even Paylor himself might actually be. He told us, he told me to kill Orcivis's followers, so maybe he's even waiting to put in a bridge. He might be waiting to put in a bridge himself, and
yes, Mom.
No, it's definitely Lucas's dad coaching.
people having a little conversation of that kind. Yeah,
Oh,
there
yeah.
might be even willing to put in a bridge himself. He might be waiting for us to like kill Kalima and put a bridge himself, and if he does so, now instead of Forest Undead, we have a forest full of angels and paladins. I'm just saying that might be very helpful.
I
You know?
don't like to speculate what gods may or may not do, but if the moment an opportunity arises and you feel it on your heart when you're praying, then we'll explore those options. I'm definitely open to it, but I don't think that's a thing we lead in with our conversation with the commander. I think that's a more of a
Yeah. That's not for the commander.
internal
I'm just
group
saying, like in
discussion.
general, like if we see a chance to maybe like put it somewhere away from the Shadowfell, maybe not go straight to the Feywilds. Maybe just like point it toward Mount Celestia.
Ah, cool. If you see that lever, pull it. If
Yeah,
not, that's above our pay grade. Cool.
Okay.
So I think that would. Yeah, and I think we should, but let's, I think other than what we talked about, the bridges, because that's not really thing we can intelligently speak to. I think we just lay everything out. I know we like to play things close to the vest, but I think this is kind of like proposing the gravity of the situation and why we're the right fit to not only continue to find out more information about it, but possibly stop it and long term advocate for the livelihood of those in Fort Farron and Greater Arthuria. So I think we open up a little bit more than we normally do.
I mean, agreed.
I agree. Yeah, we hold back too much usually. I think.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
I don't
but
think we hold back too much. I think it's just these guys have earned our trust at this point. So, cool.
Miss Thea, I know. I need. Miss Thea, I'm sorry. I hate to do this. I do need like verbal confirmation that you're okay with this plan because I know
I'm
you're your own
fine with
person,
this
so-
plan,
Okay.
as long as you're the one doing the talking.
Costas looks
Oh.
visibly shocked.
No. Okay. Well, I'm yeah, sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Looks like with the plan in tow, you all are walking in the direction of the keep. The conversation here, you begin to pass in through the portcullis and the one door here of the keep wall. The keep's ground wall, right? And you pass into the little bit of the courtyard before going to the keep. And feeling like a break is a good point. Based on the conversation, could get a little bit lengthy with the commander and what you all attempt to achieve here. And then also maybe it will get us on our way here with what destination we want to do next. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here. It's a good time. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And we will be back in 10 minutes or so. So that puts us just past. So it's about 6:03, 6:05 p.m. PST. We'll be back, and hopefully you continue to watch us then. And we'll see where the Wayward Ones take us. And, well, we'll see how much coin they can get, right? All right. We'll be right back. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. Thank you for sticking around through our break. We were on a very intricate conversation between sand or do not sand. And it is very clear that Lucas here does not like the sand. In fact, they hate the beach. I'm outing you because I love the beach. Anyway,
If I'm going there, it's purely for social reasons.
yes, no defense. No defense, Lucas can help you. I'm just kidding. All right. I don't know what it is. I'm just giving Lucas so much crap today. I apologize. I don't mean to hate on you so much.
It's character development.
It's character development. Maybe I see myself so much in you, Lucas, that I wish so much for you.
Way to out
No.
yourself there, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We are headed in the direction of Farron Keep. We are going to be speaking to the commander Remar Aluna. So without further ado, getting us onto that map here as we continue right where we left off with the light rain, the crowd forming, two different parts moving back and forth. Guard here bracing you all, looking. Here's for Farron. Hey, welcome. Welcome back. And they're kind of greeting you and cheering a little bit. So cheers for that. Training grounds as well. You can see outside the door. And the doors unlocked. And
Is Michael bringing up for other
Yeah,
people?
he sounds a bit fishbowly.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah.
like
No,
muffled.
I'm a fishbowl.
Is your microphone down? For your headset or no?
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh, he's back now.
I'm good.
Oh yeah, good. You're good now.
Okay, I'm good. Let's start from the top. I'm not in a fishbowl. So when you walk
Costas, stop
in,
moving.
So when you walk into the keep, people kind of greet you as here's Fort Farron. The guard also give a little bit of a cheer. Some of the soldiers that are training. And as soon as you make your way into the courtyard, people funneling around you and some horse traffic as well as carts. They actually just open the door preemptively, bang on it, yelling for furthers inside the interior chamber. They just allow you to freely pass in. And one begins to run into the backdrop, headed for the staircase of the actual central part of the first floor of the keep, potentially to get the commander. And sure enough, the commander begins to stride down from the stairwell, coming to the landing, then meeting you all into the entry chamber here. Well, finally you all made it. You all have an understanding what time it is right now?
Before noon, right?
Yeah, it's 10. We're good.
Yeah, it's still the morning, I suppose. I thought you all be fixing on getting on out of here. All right, well, no worries. Well, I got your coin over here. Well, stops at the door and turns. Anything else you can? Yeah, we can do that in a second. Let's open the door. Passes over, goes into a desk here, some different racks and things. In front of the desk is two large heaping treasure chests with a third behind it, kind of nearly stacked and hitting into the desk. It's inside a few different books and things with a treasurer individual of sorts, just a human there with kind of a cowl and other sorts of magistrate type accents to them, like a reagent thing, and kind of beginning to funnel through some of the things and then taps onto the nearby chests. Well, folds the arms. I've thought about it long and hard. You all did a good service here to Fort Farron, to the town. I want to get you all somewhat the benefit of the doubt. So I imagine we can meet into the 10K ballpark at least. And I don't know if you have any more information. We could settle for the other 15. How about that?
Yeah. Who's this?
This right here is Marcus. Hello, I'm Marcus, Fine Fair and Treasury.
Oh, hey, Marcus. Fuck off.
Oh. Oh, well, Marcus, I suppose, why don't you go check on downstairs, all right? It's to funnel downstairs into the jail and treasury underneath the keep.
I'm
Sorry
gonna
about
that, Commander. Y'all.
just to make sure no one's
Damn.
looking from down there.
Sorry about that.
Hell's
Commander.
got you
Just
all.
don't know who we can trust at
Oh.
the moment. You know, people could have all sorts of ears and eyes everywhere. So, word vomit everything that we've talked about, sharing with him, bring him up to speed on our knowledge of the things going on in the Marshes of Unveiling about Grugash and Kalima, Orsavis, everything. And then I would end it talking about, and we're happy to look into this further, Commander, and possibly put an end to Grugash and Kalima and see if we can prevent this Orcivis from expanding their domain. But there has been no uncertain terms of threat on my life and the life of my companions if we do go back into the marshes of Unveiling from Orcivis himself. If that was the case, we definitely need to discuss a possible arrangement for taking care of those people, in addition to the you had asked for the why Fort Farron. So we think we have identified the source, and as I laid it out before you, thanks to the research of Mr. Athala here. But as far as actually stopping them long term, that is another thing that needs to be discussed.
All right, I see.
The reason why I was so rude to your compatriot is apparently Orcivis has agents throughout the material plane. So I just, kind of your ears only kind of situation.
I understand. I suppose there was a more je ne sais quoi peaceful way of doing that, but I understand you got things to do, things to see, and frighten yourselves. I've been there myself too, so I understand. What are we fixing to reach at in terms of coin? Seems like you all are trying to bargain for some additional here for a risk, and sounds like you also maybe determined some things out last day, which I'm enlightened.
Well, I think you had asked for the source, and we laid that out for you. For as far as why we have some theories, but we don't want to give you conjecture, so we have to physically go into the marshes of Unveiling to give you that. And while we're there, it only behooves you and us and Greater Etheria to take out Orcivis's agents of Grugash and Kalima and anyone else we find in the marshes. So if I have my math right, we were at 10 for stopping the horde that was attacking, which we did that, and we thank you for this arrangement, and another 15. And if we can finish gathering the information, which we're about 2/3 of the way there as far as the source, we know the greater of why with Orcivis wanting to spread his dominion over the material plane, but why Fort Farron we don't have. So I'd say we're like 2/3 of the way there, but really the last arrangement is to take out these agents. So you'd asked how much, and I think specifically for that task, maybe another 15 would be reasonable.
Another 15,000.
Yes.
Wow, that's quite a bit of coin you're asking for. But realm of things with the Baron, I imagine we can. House Pharaoh, imagine we can pull it from the coffers and all that. Are you all going to stick around? Perhaps I can make a pleading case for Lord Down for Lord, and maybe I can see about getting you some more coin from coffers up in Othema.
Well, that's definitely a possibility, but Mr. Athala, through his research, time is really of the essence. So if we can leave you with these words and trust for you to advocate on our behalf with the Lord, we wanted to meet with the Lord, but unfortunately we have to prioritize saving lives over not.
Yeah, I understand. I definitely get it. Like I said, I had a little bit of what's up?
I was actually, Michael, can I, during this conversation, when Felix is telling him all this information, and specifically when he mentions that Orcivis has agents on the material plane, can I get like a read off the commander to see how surprising that news is to him, or how concerned he seems?
Go ahead and roll insight.
The moment Felix mentions that we might not stay around, I am staring daggers at him. I'm pulling a theory.
23. They are surprised in the sense of emotion from their facial expressions that they're surprised in the most recent terms, but not in the long terms, realizing that that's probably true. They just don't know specifically.
Okay.
They're definitely a character from passively that they're, they listen and they hear the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're just kind of working off of that. Well, through the conversation I had with myself, honestly, and speaking with Priest Emily Goldbelly and also some of the soldiers and things that they saw, and debriefing with the Just Cause as well as the Imperial College majors. I feel like that 15,000, in addition to what you all done, is due just. Coin is awfully inflated, perhaps, and some of you have come from afar and all that. So I imagine that 15,000 go long and well for you all here at Continent of Arthur. Now, I don't imagine you all to be taking that coin with you here. So, willing for perhaps we can make way with the coin I have here before I fetch down Marcus to dig through the treasury and grabbing some for more. But we could definitely house it within the treasury here in the keep and just stow it away until you return.
Yeah. Well, we'll only take the coin for the work that we've done. Then, so by total, if the agreement is right, then once you come back from the marshes and have dealt with these things and have finalized the information of the why Fort Farron, that would be a total of 30,000 remaining, right? 15 for the original and then 15 for the additional task. So 10 now, 30 later.
All right. Let's do that. Puts out the hand in the direction of you, Felix. Just kind of moves over.
Kind of scan the eyes of everybody in the party before I shake.
I'll nod.
All right.
All right. Well, I'll be getting on that coin. When do you think you'll all be happening to come by? I'll just put a note here for Marcus to put the time window up when you returning.
Mr. Athala will reach out to you, Commander, when we're on our way back. But I imagine probably not for at least a couple days, depending on what's going out. But I think we are going to head out on foot, group. Because
Tomorrow.
marshes don't really.
Head down the river
Okay.
as far as we can go, and then we hoof it wherever we need to go.
I'd say we leave.
We'll have to
tomorrow.
get more boats because we left the old ones back there. So
Oh, shit, they aren't that expensive.
Well, you won't be. I would not suggest taking horses or wagons into the marshes. You're going to be losing those for sure. And well, boats are only going to take you so far unless you're really wanting to get into the heart very quickly. Then you might use the waterways. That could be wise.
we're unsure, but we know where to find the boats if we need to. Does anybody else have anything else for the commander? We know you're a busy man.
I think we're fine. We should be on our mission now.
Yeah.
All right.
If you could advocate for us to the Lord, that'd be helpful. Just explain what's going on, relay this message, make sure that he's aware of what's happening. And if he can, yeah.
Could you write it down like every like a summary, a report for the Lord too?
Yeah. I can do that. Just give me a few minutes and I'll write it down. I'll take a few sheets of paper and hand out that.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I'm sure the Lord down below will be appreciative of the word from all of you, heroes of Fort Farron and all. And I'll put in a word as well and plead your case and tell your story. And, well, I imagine you all be singing stories in the great halls of some noble house and eventually rulers yourselves of fine territory. But you're all venturing folk. I imagine you don't want to settle down anytime soon. So saddle on it. Got quite a journey ahead of you.
One quick question, kind of inconsequential, like, but I know you're probably well plugged into all the finest artisans of your land. Would you happen to have the address of any fine wig makers?
Fine what?
Wig makers.
Wig.
Or just a hedge against future fashion senses and such like.
Well, personally, I don't know of anybody in Fort Farron that's been making wigs, but I'd imagine you can get up to Othema and find someone. And Byalder, Lathan, two large cities, and they're not too far from here. Imagine you can get yourself into some theater shops or performances. And, well, there's even a grand theater in Byalder. Nice, fine. They do performances and all the like. Perhaps you can get a nice professional one yourself.
Well, thank you very kindly. You've been an
Most
absolute delight.
Oh, of course.
Of the gold he just handed me back, I'll hand the commander back 10 gold pieces. Not for me, but if you can give this to that guy I told to fuck off earlier, he can have a nice dinner on me because I feel a little bit bad about that now.
Oh, well, I will give it to Marcus, and I will tell him that you provided on your apologetic behalf. That's no worries there, Felix. I can definitely do that for you.
All right. Well, thank you, Commander. We'll be in touch when we know more.
Sounds like a good deal. And I do hope you all have the best of luck. And, well, good luck. That's all I got. That's all I got.
That's
Margaret,
all we got
I
to.
got something going for you, Margaret. Felix says it's
May the
all right.
sun protect you, Commander.
So if everybody's good with that 1750 gold piece and then 1250 to the treasury.
I already added it to the treasury. So.
All right.
Felix got money.
Oh wow. Yeah. All right.
So it's
guess it's working
1750.
out.
There, see, what was I telling you, bud? Gold follows us around like a bad penny.
You weren't lying, Mr. Joe. 1750 a piece. It's in chat, but
Yeah, so everyone can add 1750 to their inventory and their gold pieces there for their own respective character sheets. And as you kind of make way outside of the keep into the courtyard, there are many soldiers here at this point, just giving a few different cheers. You make your way out from the crowd very dispersely and then passing back into the rest of the town. So they're giving you a little bit of a send-off. Perhaps the commander even talked about returning, spread word. And again, the folklore and the folklore-ness of this is going to come through. They've been fighting undead hordes for a long time, and you all not only did you request aid, but you also dealt with it and saved many, many lives. And they are all very appreciative. Their applause, their cheers, make your way out into the town. So here, the rain is now kind of changing from small to medium size and begins to go down. There's traffic in parts, but those are diminishing. Right, you make way from southern exit.
You're fishbowling
Yeah,
again.
you're fishbowling, yeah.
How about now?
You're better.
Better.
Okay. I'm pretty sure, because I'm not dropping any frames and I'm not lagging, but I'm pretty sure it's from Ninja. So I might just fishbowl and that's going to just be a thing. So if I fishbowl, I'll probably just stop talking. So it's not horrible. And then I'll come back to it. Interesting. Okay. 6:30 p.m. PST, hitting maybe a peak time. So we're fishbowling. I don't know. And you're heading from the south road outside of Fort Farron, and seems like you're aimed at getting more boats. Right.
So we're leaving tomorrow, correct?
I thought we were leaving now.
No, leaving now.
We have a time limit on this. I know I said infancy, but that doesn't mean that infancy in our relation to time is relevant. It can happen tomorrow as adolescence, and then the hour after can be right there, right in front of us.
Michael, how long do I have?
For what?
You know what I mean. Until I need to go. Like to the.
Tell you need to go what?
Oh god. Fine. How long do I have until I need to before I need to go to join the army?
That's up to you.
I thought there was a time requirement. Like I think it's 2 weeks.
No. I just told you that they would be heading out in 2 weeks. They've moved up their time schedule based on what has been told.
Oh, I thought I was mandated to join it. Unless I talked to
you. Are mandated. I'm not telling you. You are. You're supposed to join them. That was you are a banner for Lord Thal Valor. You are part of House Morning. You are supposed to join.
Yeah,
them.
I know. So what I'm saying is like
that's up to you.
Like
you don't have to. What?
Like
all of a sudden, God comes from the skies. Oh God! It is time.
Like I'm saying, is there like a deadline? Like in 1 week from now, if you're not there, it's desertion kind of thing. Like
Lucas,
if you don't join the banner, it's desertion immediately. You're
Yeah, so I
not
have,
Lothema.
so I have like a week and a half.
So unless you worked out something with Lord Thal Valor, which you did, you definitely talked about that, right? So the time limit is what you decide it to be, and then you return, and whatever consequences are there. But from based on what you have told me on your character is that you did not plan on going with them. So I don't see why this changes your plan to go
I
to the
mean,
marsh.
the thing is, I was trying to find a way not to, so I thought I still need to talk to the down floor, which we talked about, but we never finalized anything.
So you feel
No.
so as a player or a character, you feel compelled to say, "Hey, I need to stay here because I need to not be a deserter."
I need to talk to Lord Down Floor to clarify that I'm not gonna be able to join anytime soon. And that's what.
Okay. All right. So why don't you tell your party that? You don't need to tell me that. So tell your party that. So Costas, is that
I
what
need
you
to
said? Your
clarify that
party is
because,
your...
like, we talked, but we said, but he kept delaying it. Like, we'll talk about this later, kind of thing. And then, like, the whole like leaving Othema in a rush happened, so we never actually talked about it.
You have your answer, Lucas. I don't know what more to say to you. You have your answer.
And didn't the Lord also say when we met him that our mission was important
Mm-hmm.
and that he was allowing you to join us because
Yeah.
Yep.
of what we were doing?
Yeah,
Yep,
it's
yep,
a
yep.
temporary arrangement. Like, we never said I'd stay with you guys permanently. It was like more of like a stay with them until like you need to go kind of thing. That's what.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
as far
that's
as
kind of
he's
an
aware,
open-
if we go to
open-ended
the
thing.
marshes, we're saving the world.
Fine, okay. I'll send a letter or something. Okay.
Do you want me to write for you? I have great penmanship.
Okay, yes, Othala, can you...
He has a way with words also.
Let's just assume I explain the situation to them in character. Othala, could you send a letter saying that if he wants me to, he can leave a message with the commander and I'll join him immediately, but that I'm gonna be busy with the marshes, for...
Saving the world.
Yes, I'm busy at the marshes. We can leave out the saving the world part. We could just say with important business for the foreseeable future. For the foreseeable future.
A letter.
Also,
Thank you.
I'm
Outpost?
just gonna put like a little house money like seal on it. I'm assuming I have one of those with me. Like it's just like a little boop, and there we go.
Okay, so you write a letter. I'm just going to retcon that you leave it maybe with Commander Remar Luda to provide to Lord Down Floor. Easy enough. And you are on your way, Costas, and feeling somewhat better about deserting. I don't honestly, my mind, I don't even know where we went there because you like talked yourself. You like circled the drain that I wasn't even there. Like I was like somewhere else, and you're like yelling from a bathroom or something. And you're like, "Hey, Marco!" I'm just like, "Whoa, what's going on?" I thought we talked about this. You basically it was like an open-ended thing, and you were like totally cool with going with them, and you're living the life. So.
But that's the thing. Like he wants to be with them, but at the same time, he never clarified like through official channels that he was allowed to. It was kind of like a nod from the commander,
Okay.
like from Lord Down Floor, like, "Oh, you can go," but like he never like officialized it or anything.
Okay, I got
Don't worry
you
about it,
there.
bud.
Yeah,
You can do it.
Okay. So we are heading into the direction of the beachhead from the individual that we had boats procured from before. Now, if we remember of when we got boats here before, going back all the way to session 26, which is actually not too far away, you had procured boats from a particular individual, a halfling on the beachhead, which happened to be a cousin to Andrew Tumblerat. And this individual is named Stilton Tumblerat. And then talking with them, they were like, "Hey, I'm not going to get my boats back, so you should buy them." And you did. And guess what? The boats are not coming back. So wait, we got a lot of coin. Who cares about boats? Pass into the crowd of the beachhead with the running water of the river. So I'm going to go ahead and create the stream effect, lower it down just a little bit, and then also create the large crowd. As they are fishing and doing things on here, they're just normal business. In fact, they're extremely happy, cheering. The ale is being passed around. Kegs are being tapped. Fish is just smoking, so the smells of luxurious, just fresh fish is just blooming about the space. Large amounts of smoke. And the halflings, as soon as you begin to work down that trail from the bridge to the rocky beachhead with the river kind of rolling through, they all kind of look towards you. "Here's a full fountain! Here's a full fountain! Hero!" And all of a sudden, one begins to play a bardic tune. And they're all kind of cheering and dancing a little bit and doing little jigs from their campfires and things as you are passing through. Some which want a hand. They're great reaching out their hands. "Here's a full fountain. Thank you so much." They're reaching out their hands, halfling, right, looking up towards you. For you, Felix, at your kind of somewhat normal level. And they're just giving you handshakes. Some of them are kind of trying to wrap around hugs. handing you cups or pitchers, right, of ale, right, just kind of handing you drinks, and they are giving you little burlap sacks of smoked fish. So many things are being tossed and handed to you, and eventually you come to still. Oh, all right, here's a Fort Farron. Nice.
How's it going, Stilton?
It's all right. Honestly, quite excited. It's kind of the word around a little fishing folk here. I sold boats to the heroes of Fort Farron.
Yeah, we seem to have gotten famous overnight, huh?
Oh yeah, what happened to your cousin? Was it?
My cousin.
Yeah, the one
What do
who
you mean?
escaped the horde.
I don't know what you're talking about. My cousin escaped the horde. I got a lot of cousins. There's a lot of them in the Tumblerock family.
Reuben.
Oh, Reuben. Now, fine fishing folk down in Norfolk. Haven't seen Reuben for a long time.
Oh, he didn't make it back.
I haven't seen him.
Let's just buy some boats. I know.
All right, well, we're gonna get on the way now. A couple boats. All right, how much you need?
Yeah, can we get a couple boats? We kind of lost the other ones.
You know something
They
about
were
my cousin?
instrument.
What's wrong with Reuben?
You have so many cousins. We can't keep track of them, buddy. Just the boats, though.
Right, well, if I wasn't high and drunk, I'd probably go into this further, but I think I'm going to side table it so we can make this quest happen for y'all. All right, boats. Well, here was a full fare and all. I'll get you two on the house, free of charge, of course.
Thank you. You're too kind. All right, everybody grab an oar. Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
Shoving
Alright, here's the
Costas
full
toward the
Farron.
water.
Begins to pull the boats down, these canoes back to the water. Again, more of the same that you had before. They're different sizing, but they're still relative in the same ship class, and pulling them into the water here for you. Sees the crowd begins to form. The tune begins to slightly die down, as well as the crowd. They begin to stare off as all of you, as you board into the canoes, begin to go down river. As that happens, they just give cheers and applause. Yeah!
As that happens, I'll use prestidigitation, and on the boats, on the side of the boats, it'll just say the Wayward ones as we're going down the river.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wow, classy. Nice. Okay, get a little advertisement. You're feeling the folklore. I like it. Folk hero stuff. Okay, so you're heading down the river at this point, and you, at a period of time here, we're going to advance just the time, and we get to right of the same, where we are now in the rapids.
Mm-hmm.
We've been here before, and we're here again. All right. So, who's in which boat?
Are we
Same
in the
order
same
before?
Yeah, are we in the same configuration, or because now we're missing a Regmore?
So we had Thea, we had Felix, Dirty Joe in boat 1, and then we had Othala, Regmore, and Costas in boat 2. So,
I mean, we could keep, I think, Othala and Costas in the same boat, and then because Othala can't row unless Felix
All right.
wants to join this boat.
so who's taking charge in these rapids?
I'd be happy to if there's no one else for my boat. Since I'm
And
Yeah.
guidance on Costas to help him out.
All right, Costas, go ahead and make a charisma check, adding a d4 to lead the boat, which is literally just Othala. Good luck.
Can I also join into with athletics, like help out, or is that
You can do athletics, but it's going to be a strength check instead at this point. There's not proficiency you could have based on the fact there's only one person that is with you.
so I can do athletics instead of?
Sure, why not?
When you're the muscle, right? Shouldn't you be
Muscle
powered
Yeah.
up
through.
with this particular thing?
And then who in boat 1 is rolling?
I think last time both of us did, but we did different things. Like I was sitting at the front and like kind of like trying to direct us using like dexterity. I think. I don't remember. It's been a while.
It's been a while. Honestly, I believe it was Felix that was rolling a charisma-based check to try to help them in the boat. That's what I personally remember, but I could
Yeah,
be
that
wrong as
tracks.
well.
That
So
tracks.
it's again, it's just up to you and how you want to interpret this for your boat. So we have a roll coming through again, now adding your proficiency to the checks. This is going to be a strength check, still really high as you begin to move the boat, pulling it through the water and aiding your boat through the rapids. Costas, you are successful.
Say, I'd love to help you, but I'm working my tan this time, so it's all you.
Sounds great. So I will try to maneuver us.
Okay. You can either make it charisma based, get a dexterous, strength based, whatever you'd like. So roll a
I
check,
will
please.
do Dex.
Dex check.
Ability
All right.
check.
Coming through. All right,
Yeah.
16. Yeah, great. So you're working with the boat, trying to guide it nimbly and dexterous, kind of moving the boat around, and you get through the rapids, no problem. You then get to a point of the river where it's relatively calm and smooth, and you are now well on your way, headed in the direction of the marshes of Unveiling. We are going to get to a period of night, and strangely enough, in my notes, you actually all departed at pretty much the same time as you did before. Like literally the exact same time
Deja
in my
vu.
notes. So you actually are going to be, yeah, I mean, deja vu pretty much.
Trauma.
So you're actually going to be relative to the same map. I'm not going to toggle it at this point. There's no reason to put us on that map, but you have an idea of what it looks like in terms of the map and the river and everything. And you're now befell into night, which means it's time to make port, and it's time to get ourselves saddled up for the rest, right? Get a campfire, get our tents, get our bedrolls pitched up. You're tired, you're fatigued from the rowing, as well as guiding these boats down the fast and fast-moving river. And the rain itself has actually increased to strong, so it's been battering you all day. I'm going to tone that down because it's a little loud. And the river itself battering you as well. So you make port, make your camp, get your rations out, or perhaps the smoked fish you've been amply supplied with, eating that to your heart's delight. And you have a little bit of a remembrance of what happened here. Making port pretty much at the same place, seeing the two boats unchanged. And you have a total of 4 boats, if you wish. And the fact that Reuben didn't make it, and knowing that this is where you encountered Reuben, weighs in the heart. But what is important in the marshes is kind of like overwhelming that, right? I mean, the fact that what you have to do here in the marshes and just one halfling getting lost on their way back to the fort is minuscule in comparison, but it still weighs in the heart. One person lost is still a lot in your hearts, I'd imagine, based on what I've seen from your play. So you rest up. Is there anything anybody's doing in particular before they decide to go to sleep here?
Cautious is gonna do a quick 20-minute prayer before he goes to bed. Then he's gonna get the minimum amount of sleep, be well rested in the morning. But he's also gonna try to wake up kind of earlier because he wants to work on a little project.
Okay.
Othala will. I'm sorry.
No, you
Go
go
ahead.
first.
Othala will just set up an alarm, and that's it. Just set up alarm. Make sure everyone is centered in the alarm. It goes off mental for everybody. Well, for myself.
Okay.
And Joe is explaining the lore of tacos amongst the sandwiches of the southern coast of his home continent. So what you say, we got this sect of folk down along the southern shore here. They're known as the sandwiches, which is always kind of weird that you guys refer to that as a bread food stack over here on this continent. But they're technically they tend to be magic users that hang out right along the shoreline, and they like to cast hexes and stuff on the people who take their favorite sunbathing spots. They're kind of an ornery bunch of witches. They hang out on the sand, hence sand witches. But they speak this weird language that I think is called Esperanto or something. Anyway, tacos, especially these fish tacos, which I'm trying to put together here with the ingredients we got. This is a specialty of theirs. They like to put all kinds of spicy habaneros things and all that, and it is real delicious. But yeah, if you see a prime spot right on the sand, don't take it because they'll turn your toes into newts or something.
While Joe is regaling the group with this, I would like to talk to Felix.
I actively avoid being alone with Thea. Mr. Fuck.
No, see, ready? Here's the
Mr.
thing.
Othala.
You like it when people are blunt. So what's going on?
What? I'm sorry. I just gotta talk to Mr. Othala real quick, and then I'll get right back to you there.
You're a liar.
Okay. Mr. Othala, I know that you probably already used some resources, but just so we can sleep well tonight, you think you could possibly reach out to that Ruben guy and see if he's still alive? And if he is, try to direct him back towards the fort.
All right. This is gonna suck.
It's gonna suck. Why?
If Ruben is
Oh,
dead.
because he might be dead. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if he's dead. So what's bothering you? He's busy.
This guy might be dead. That's upsetting.
Yeah. That's upsetting to me too. What's bothering you?
That's what I was saying.
Mm.
What's upsetting me?
No, you've been upset all day since before then. So what's bothering you?
I have no idea what you're talking about. You're really pushy.
Yeah, I am. What's bothering you?
I don't. Yikes. What's bothering you? That time of the month, huh?
That was rude.
Oh my.
Wow. Fists are gonna fly.
It's unfiltered.
No, I came back to the tavern and you were weird. What's bothering you?
Okay, well, I'm sorry. That was incredibly rude. I was just trying to say that to make you go away, but it didn't work. So
No.
What's that over there?
That's not working.
No, seriously. You need to look over there.
No, I don't.
Oogly boogly.
Zombie horde.
Cast invisibility on myself.
Felix, you cast invisibility. All right, Felix goes invisible.
Felix Fennicus. I didn't take you for a coward.
While I'm invisible, can I use that same ink pen to try to draw glasses on Thea?
No.
Okay, just super passive perception is high enough.
All right, so Thea, you begin to feel something in terms of like touching your face.
If it touches my face, I'm grabbing for like an invisible arm.
Okay, Felix, are you stopping that grab?
I would. Yeah, of course.
Okay, I need you, Felix, to make an opposing acrobatics check, and then I also need Thea. I'm going to have you do an acrobatics check. We'll make it flat across both. 19 to 10. So Felix, your arm is grabbed in the visible state. The one with the pen holding it.
That was a mistake. Do you want to change your mind?
No.
Do you want me to break your arm?
Oh no!
The violence isn't the answer to everything, you know.
Not the answer to everything, but to this, maybe.
I really feel like after our conversations at Paxina that you would have been a little more chill, you know. But
Oh, I could just return you to the natural order. She was a big fan of that.
That's raw.
okay, well, you can let go now.
Not until I
Tell
can
me.
see you again.
I will Misty step out of her hands and she can see me away from her.
All right, Misty stepping out of the hands. Eventually, Cynthia, you're just gonna clutch.
Hopefully, we don't get attacked by something.
The hand isn't there anymore, and you lose sight.
This was
of-
a choice that you made.
Are you continuing a pursuit of Felix at this point?
No, he's being a coward. Let him be a coward.
All right. Wow. That we're really coming together as a party. I feel.
I feel
Everyone
it.
just give yourself a
it's
slow
bonding.
hug right now. Just and nice, warm, and cozy. Self bonding. Oh, it's joy.
We love it.
We're
Anything else
bonding.
we're doing?
It's great.
Anything else
Meanwhile-
for this evening?
Okay, well,
really,
after that spat.
The trick is to use fresh cabbage, never the pickled kind. You gotta have the fresh stuff. Little bit of diced tomato in there, fresh onions, lots of jalapenos. They are key.
What exactly is a jalapeno, Joe?
I do you not have? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a
Careful,
more
Joe. She's in one of her
particular-
moods.
Who said that? Felix?
Felix, he's
What
invisible.
are you
He doesn't
Man,
want
this
to talk
is not
to me.
the time.
invisible anymore,
I'm
but-
trying to explain culinary genius from a culture far superior to our own. No? Okay. Well, anyway.
Yeah, Othala's gonna step over. Just oh, Ruben, I hope you're in a hole somewhere, alive. And I'm gonna cast sending. Ruben, this is the group you saw yesterday. Hopefully you're alive. Please respond. We're at the same area we were at. Where are you?
Response is quick and prompt. Help me! Please help me! The bed took me! Oh! Oh, what is that? Oh. That's it.
I'm gonna waste another one. All right, Ruben. Calm, quiet. Where are you? Who took you? What's going on?
It's dark. It's wet. What? Is that a dragon? No, please, no!
I don't know if Ruben's alive anymore. Or was alive 5 seconds ago, is not anymore. I believe he was at Grugash's lair. They took him. And he didn't get much communication.
I'm really going to enjoy killing that dragon.
I can do some things. Joe, do you want to maybe gather some more information on Grugash before you go to bed?
Gather more. What, you want me to go like scouring out in the woods or something?
No, I want you to use your gemstone and try to not channel it and talk to Grugash, but maybe see if you can see a vision or some sort. I can help you.
I don't know how to differentiate between the two, but sure, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, just channel it. Your thoughts, make it clear. Just try to focus as much as you can. And I'm gonna help Joe. I'm going to cast Intellect Fortress. And I'm just gonna sit in front of him, and I'm just going to just basically crisscross, just sit across from him, meditate with him while he thinks.
Okay. So you stare into the stone and you try to channel a vision, something maybe the past, the present, and the future. You're focusing on Grugash and Grugash alone, but not to communicate, but perhaps to perceive through. You then make a wisdom saving throw, hold down Alt for advantage, and please roll a D8 because you are bardically inspired. So
While Joe is doing this, I'd like to use my favorite enemy skill to try to remember everything I can about black dragons specifically.
Okay,
How close am I to this going on?
Everyone's there around a campfire. Obviously, Felix is now dispersed themselves, but you're pretty relative to that beachhead that you were on before. There's embankments, so there's not many places you can go, but you can get away if you need to.
No, I'm just saying that then I'm going to be praying right next to him for the aura protection. So have the +3.
Wait, how do I find a wisdom saving throw in the character sheet again?
So you will go for it if someone wants to explain it.
You click wisdom and it'll prompt you for either an ability check or a saving throw. All the way at the top.
Yeah, click the abbreviations. Your stats.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait.
So
Maybe
like
not
where it
use the
says
main
like
one.
if it says your yes, it gives your AC and then your initiative, strength, dex, con, int, wisdom. If you click wisdom,
Oh.
it'll prompt you for one.
Well, shit, would you look at that?
All right, give me
Okay,
one
so
more roll
then-
because you have advantage.
Mhm.
Then roll a d8 for me. Okay, so 17 plus your protection. Okay. So as you're sharing into it, you're focusing an intent on a vision, perhaps. And as you begin to stare into the stone, you are lost in time. As the sounds of the river and of the rain behind you begin to fade and fall into the backdrop of space, you are brought through the blackness of the sky and of the space around. The stone is of black and is cold to the touch. You rise as purplish lightning strikes sprawl through the air and erupt in time. You see what resembles a humanoid with an interesting gown of sorts on the backdrop. They hold a staff in the hands with a crooked raven on top. As they sing to some object upon a floating piece of rock. There's a space in front of them on this floating piece of rock, which spans nearby a half a mile, forms Orcivis, a smaller statured form, clutching scythe in hand. They still resemble the same avatar, but now more fully formed, the wrappings that come and bind them. Black, craggly skin, and the 6 different circular purplish orifices upon their face, if you will. You can have a conversation. Conversation is clear, a bargain to be struck. Without going into both of them role playing, make this a little bit shorter given time. The Raven Queen speaks as if they have done what Orcivis seeks to do on other times. Suggesting that there are other timelines. After giving the egg, Raven Queen says that this dragon is the last of their line, and with it will yield the power that the elementals so desired. Orcivis agrees to keep peace in the Shadowfell between them both. A war nearly eternity has lasted between the Raven Queen's followers and Orcivis's, both of which plagued by similar things. Fighting this relentless, eternal battle across desolate fields, and they as supreme deities on floating pieces of rocks within their strongholds and with their keeps. There's a mutual respect between them both. And it's as if, from based on the conversation, that you feel that that Orcivis is almost relinquishing what control they could have over the Shadowfell, and allowing the Raven Queen to be more dominant. As they set their eyes on the prime material plane. Achieving perhaps what the Raven Queen has in other times. And what Orcivis seems to not be able to do in theirs. After taking the egg, Orcivis gradually lifts it up. I shall name it Grugash. Son. Watching the egg and looking, begins to warp through a mystical cloud of that purplish black energy. The Raven Queen shaping and changing themselves and disappearing to the foreground. You are brought back into space. Brought from your vision as you retract, you are now the sounds of the rain, of the stream. For your friends, no time has changed. In fact, Dirty Joe has just looked at their stone and then looked away.
Whoa. Man, okay, well, thanks for the help there, buddy. It definitely worked. That was a wild ride.
Oh, it worked. So
It worked. So, yeah, there was apparently some kind of deal worked out between the Raven Queen, which I'm not particularly familiar with, heard her mentioned before, and this Orcivis feller. And apparently, the Raven Queen actually did what Orcivis was trying to set out to do now, as in take over the whole world, and with the hordes of undead and whatnot, or, well, I don't know specifically undead, but trying to take over the world. And now it's like kind of his turn or something. And yeah, she gave him the last surviving black dragon egg, which he named Grugash. And seems like Orcivis is kind of handing over control of the Shadowfell to the Raven Queen, I'm assuming, in this timeline. And well, I guess they were at war for a while as well. Well, man, this whole, like, how many of these gods are there, and why are they all trying to kill each other and whatnot? Oh, man,
So you're saying,
why does this plot keep on thinking it?
you mentioned timeline. So you're saying the Raven Queen is not from this timeline.
Man, I have no idea. Are any of the gods from any timelines? I don't know their rules. This
No,
gets
that's-
weirder by the second.
It's the thing. Gods are from all timelines. They can be from many different timelines. They can travel to different spaces. So if the Raven Queen succeeded or traveled from their timeline here, it means they're already very powerful, and they're taking over timelines. That's why they're coming after congruences.
Taking over timelines, but by that, I guess that logic, does that not mean that Orcivis has also succeeded in other timelines of his own? So does it even make sense to say that either of them are traveling from other timelines to this one?
Well, Orcivis is a lesser deity, and as much as I know is gods need energy, a lot of it. And to grow, sometimes they even consume each other. So maybe Orcivis feels like he's using the Raven Queen to maybe consume the Raven Queen in the Shadowfell, because Orcivis has been manipulating this world since the first people. I don't know how long the Raven Queen's been here, but Orcivis is the one that was controlling that congruent, that moved that congruent and jumped at that opportunity.
Would I know how long the Raven Queen's been like a thing, considering I am a follower of her?
The devotes of the Raven Queen are lasting since the written word. Raven Queen has had great influence over many different worlds, it seems, according to the religious for you, in terms of religion, right? Now, what is different is in the context of having living things here. It does not seem to be in terms of conduits or right? Conduits of power. The Raven Queen doesn't seem to have anything here. It's really those that pledge themselves to the rights and to the will of the Raven Queen that see it as such that gives, in your hope, the Raven Queen power. But it's a balance, as everything should be. Religion is focused on balance. Like many of those who are devout to lesser deities in the Shadowfell or the Feywild, as what has been discussed in terms of lore for this game, back when you took the session prior, is that it is required for the planes to be as they are. So hearing Dirty Joe and Othello remark at this, what strikes to you at this point, and I don't need a check from you, is that this arrangement might be that it's like a bet that they actually will, oh, it's your turn. Oh, it's your turn. That they know that they need to coexist, and they have worked out that they're passing worlds or times back and forth, back.
They're just playing a game.
Exactly.
I'm going to say that out loud.
Very much for your character to figure that out after hearing them.
Playing it. So hold on a second. Let's say this Orcivis fella is a lesser deity. Is this Raven Queen Chica, is she a non-lesser deity?
No.
So for out of character for this game, from what you heard, Raven Queen, by being a deity of the Shadowfell, they are classified as lesser. For this homebrew, it is that when the mirror planes were constructed, there were deities that were responsible, and they have put their power into the creation, the formation, and sustainment of those planes. And thereby that they are lesser. That's what that means.
Okay. So in
That makes
character.
sense?
Yes, that makes sense
Okay.
to me. Out of
Okay.
character. In character, Joe's going to ask.
Yeah.
So is Raven Queen a more stronger deity? And if so, why is she making deals with the weaker one? What the hell's going on here? What in the seven hills is going on here? Because apparently there's a lot of them.
Yeah. What game do you mean? Like, they're just.
It's what you said. It's his turn. It's balance. It's she served. Now it's his turn to serve back.
So we're hanging out on a planet that's being ruled over by a bunch of gigantic magical dickwads playing ping pong with everybody else's lives. Is that about right?
And giving dragons as gifts. Yes.
Okay, cool. Anybody know how to kill a god? Because these guys suck.
Well, get a stronger god. That's option number one.
Well, there's always my homeboy Thrym.
Or Baylor.
Or Paylor. He seems like a decent dude too. Not sure which one I like better yet.
Okay, I need to go do something in the morning. I'm gonna try to be quiet about it, but hopefully it won't wake any of you up. I don't think it will. But I'm gonna go to bed now so I can wake up early.
I have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
Just, we do need to have a watch while we're out here. That
Oh.
creature's still out there. We're not safe here, so make sure we have a watch.
Mm-hmm.
I can set up a mastiff to help watch.
First watch. I got a lot to run over in my mind right now.
I'll help with that. You
Michael,
can't see in
you're-
the dark.
I'll have Heavy as a aerial, just circling around our camp, just keeping
Okay.
an eye.
Heavy circling around the camp, keeping an eye. Costas, you're making a mastiff to keep watch.
Yeah, they're gonna be using their nose to smell for trouble.
Yes. Trouble.
And also they're gonna be barking very loudly if they see anything that goes wrong. I mean, only enemies. Like if they see an enemy, like a
Alright.
zombie or something.
Costas conjures a watchdog.
Hey there, Sparky.
Othala's gonna walk up to Thea. Hopefully she's to the side or a little bit away from everybody. So you're a follower of the Raven Queen, right?
Yes.
Don't mean to be insensitive about it, you know. I'm not really from here, so I don't know how these deities work here. A lot of things work here. Are you okay?
What I believe in is the balance. And I'm hoping that my actions will return balance against the deeds I have done.
I respect that. Follow-up question. Are you okay with going against the Raven Queen?
Is it against the Raven Queen? Maybe this is all by design. I don't know. I'm not a god.
All right. Just didn't want to upset you anyway or make you feel like you're a part of something you don't want to be a part of. So
I've been part of something I didn't want to be part of. I left. I'm not leaving right now.
good. We're glad to have you. Yeah. You're a great help. Just try to keep being okay. I don't want us to fall apart. I've seen you with Felix and all. I know. No, we can be a handful. Just you've given us a couple scares with going away, so don't let him be a deterrent or any one of us. We honestly do need you here.
As of this moment, I'm not planning on going anywhere. Except into those marshes and killing a dragon.
Good. Well, I'm gonna get to bed. If anything crosses my wire, I'll wake up. Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Everyone getting some rest. You can all take your long rest here. And then Costas, you're waking up early here to do something?
Could I have done my favored enemy check thing?
Oh, for dragons, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It'd be nature, survival, history, kind of falls into that one.
Yeah. It says I get advantage for that.
we all
Nature,
got all-
survival, history.
Lucas, what are you eating?
What?
Yeah, what are you eating?
Yeah, I'll find the label. Italian style waffle cookie.
I knew it.
Those are really good.
It's like, I wish. All right, 17 survival check. So black dragons in particular, you're understanding some of the nature of them. They are aquatic dragons. They primarily make their lairs in the depths of rivers, of marshes, of swamps, of bogs. They will be in the water, particularly submerged and inaccessible except for the water. They are vile and wicked dragons in terms of history. But all in all, there isn't many black dragons that have existed in this world. And so you don't have much to know besides the stories that have been told and the environments that they have faced. They are wrought with their own acidic glands and can spew their acid in long lines for far reaches. Beyond that, they will target So they will not stop at an opportunity to kill something. In terms of combat, you're fairly certain that if one of you falls, that it will purposefully try to kill you. Okay?
Okay.
Takes the advantages. It's this type of dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing what you know of Grugash, that really does fit that psychotic bill.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Going through our long rest. So, Costas, what are you doing here in the morning? The rain, I'm going to go ahead and change it because it is subsiding to a light rain in the morning. A little bit warmer weather than the day before.
I'd like to grab some of the steel that was in the bag and go far enough away that maybe they can hear me a little bit, but if they do, it should be very, very quiet. Don't want to wake anyone up. And I'm going to try and make a shield with the masterwork steel.
Do you have a forge?
I have smith's tools.
Do you have bags of coal or charcoal? Lucas, have you ever watched Forge and Fire?
Yeah! Do you want me to tell you what it says I have in my smith's tools?
You have a mobile forge?
Yes, I do.
A mobile blacksmith. Is that what it says?
Okay, let me read my smith's tools quickly. These tools include items needed for purchase of craft or trade smithing. Oh damn it, it's not listed here. I need to go to roll 20 to the roll 20 push for it. Tools.
Go ahead, keep going. I'm waiting.
Give me a second. Fine.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. It's not what you think.
Okay. Okay, what includes?
Oh my god.
Well, 20.net. Here you go. What does it say what it includes? I remember seeing it saying something about mobile forge.
This makes perfect sense for like the character of Costas, just assuming he can do whatever he wants.
Make a shield.
Okay. Smith's tools include hammers, tongs, charcoal, rags, and a whetstone. I think I also saw something about mobile. Where does it say it? I can't find what it's actually listed inside the Smith's tools, which is annoying.
So I'm going to tell you right now that you do not have a mobile forge. In fact, you are not carrying an anvil. That is impossible, because if you had a giant anvil on your back, that would literally make no sense. Smith's tools can allow you to make repairs in the field. It allows you to heat metal, elongate, and work them. What you are trying to do is literally take a full ingot, heat it up enough, and work it into a shield in the matter of an hour of the morning.
Nope.
And you want to be far enough away that your party doesn't hear you, which means you're going to be working a mile away at least.
I have to say, I really remember seeing something about there being a little forge on wheels, including Smith's
Maybe
tools.
on GM Binder or some other source, but it's definitely not fifth edition material.
That is
Fifth
very
edition
possible.
material-
I read GM Binder on accident.
The fifth edition material is not Smith's tools. Is really the tools of the craft, not necessarily the equipment of the craft. So the equipment of the craft would be an anvil, would be a forge, a quench stake, those type things. Those are big, and those are not something your Smith's tools are going to have. But you can make quick repairs. You can work on things. So that is what Smith's tools are for. So you haven't started a shield. So if you want to, you can take a couple days here and try to make a forge out here in the wild and really make a shield. But in the matter of a couple hours of the morning, no, that isn't going to happen.
Okay, there goes my shield idea. Man, I should.
Why didn't you just buy one when you were at the blacksmith?
I wanted to do it tomorrow because I said we're gonna stay until Lord Downfloor got around, and then it's oh, we're leaving now. Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll give it to a party vote. Would we allow Lucas to retcon this? Because I think
Nope. I already retconned too much. Nope.
All right, shaking head. Leave shake. All right. Everyone
Let the
shakes
man
head. No
buy a
retcon.
shield. Come on.
I heard a no. I heard a no. No
I said no for
retconning.
myself. So.
Yeah, Lucas said no. That's
Yeah, I'm not retconning. I'm not letting you retcon everything I do.
okay.
I need to stop reading just random shit I find. Pay more attention to the website. I remember seeing something about Forge on Wheels. God damn it.
You should have just gotten
Okay.
that magical teleporting cabin and set up your own side forge on the side of the house there.
Yeah.
You know
You
what?
should've
That's what we
sold
need to
your
do. We
soul.
need to get the teleport. We need to get like a bag of holding with an anvil and like a.
Yeah,
I can send that guy a
it's Herbert.
message. I can send Herbert a message. We can call him up if somebody still wants to sell their
Herbert
soul.
ain't gonna answer that call, baby. It's long gone.
There'd be a pocket space with just a forge and anvil in it. So it's just like, yes, I have a forge in the forest. Forged
Right,
in the
right, right,
forest, not forged in fire. There we go.
Yes. Okay. So you all wake up in the morning. Costas, you realize you can't do this. You don't have the tools or the equipment ready to go. You then break out your rations, some smoked fish perhaps, and you really, maybe Dirty Joe and Thea, you might go off and get some berries and other things like collecting them in the morning here. I'm going to advance the day as well. You're going to get a little bit of air in this whole thing.
Before that starts, can I bust out my travel loom and weave an entire wardrobe?
You know what, Felix? Why not? Go ahead. I love you so much. Okay. So as we bust down onto the campfire that we have, right, we have packing up our bedrolls, packing up our tents. We then get back into the canoes and we get on our journey. We are going to be reaching an area where I'm going to transition the map because you can see that at the base of the silt and rocky river banks on the northern side, you can see Norfolk. Norfolk has many of the buildings smashed, the roofs ripped apart, the walls crumpled in, the doors smashed through. This paving way to what you have already known from Ruben, right, through the thoughts, through the things. So you have figured this out, and you could kind of foresee that it's not worth to stop. You know the answer. It's only going to create more heartbreak for you, and it's going to, basically confirm what you already know. So in the canoes, though, you have a little bit of a decision to make. With the congruence the congruence of the river moving super fast from the northern side and then smashing in, the river is now becoming massively elongated with this marsh-like grass that's creeping out. But the vision here is being blocked. You can't really see past that point because the fog that is rolling in the embankments are creating this almost concealed barrier that is forcing you all to just continue to look and not really see anything a whole lot besides the shadows of the craggly trees and some of the glows of the bioluminescent mushrooms. And for sure, you feel like you see things in there, but then you stare and you're like, okay, I don't see anything. If not for the movement of the water, much of the river would be covered in this fog as well. But the natural force of the water and the current that it's pulling through is actually dissipating the fog somewhat. So on the river, the concealment isn't great, which can pose a problem for all of you if you attempt to use it, knowing there isn't concealment and the rest of the marsh is. So again,
I also would have shared the stuff that I learned about the dragon, that perhaps staying in the river is not a great idea.
Okay. Sharing the aquatic nature of the dragon. Okay.
If Thea would have told us that, I would have prepared before we left the campsite. I would have changed Heavy into an octopus. And
I would have told them that first thing in the morning.
Heavy is now an octopus.
All right.
And then I'm just gonna stick him under the boat and tell him if anything comes from underneath, just let me know.
Sucker the octopus to the bottom of the boat. Okay.
Avala, does Heavy like fish tacos now that he's all aquatic like?
I believe so now.
Octopuses are cephalopods. So. Also, by the way, it's not octopi; it's octopuses. So you know. Right from Greek, not Latin.
I still can't accept it. I don't think it sounds right.
I learned that recently.
The English language is the junk drawer of all world languages.
That's horrible. So
Yeah.
hmm
So what do we do here? Y'all can keep continuing your canoes. It's obviously no check needed. Just smooth sailing down the river. It's wide. It's slow current. But you can't see
Are-
anything.
are
What do
we
do?
going to
Where we go?
Ixia, or are we going to the lake?
They're right
Or-
next to each other, so
I know, but we're choosing it. We can stop further behind, or we can stop right in front of the tower.
I would say the dragon is probably living in the river or the lake.
Well, okay, guys, let's frame it in this way. What is our first objective here? Are we going to blow up a tower? Are we going to kill the dragon? Are we going to try to find this other Fey general? What's our plan here?
I think in the order that we can handle it is probably, and I might be misunderstanding, but it probably is Kalima, then Grugash. But
If we kill Kalima first, Grugash is going to be pissed off. And if he gets
Okay.
pissed off, he's already inclined to be incredibly cruel.
I mean, he's probably gonna be that way either way. I think if he's pissed off, he's gonna make mistakes.
Yeah.
You fight angry, you fight stupid.
There is
Yeah.
that potential.
How about this? We know that Kalima was being kind of folded into Grugash's forces. Is that I'm a little fuzzy on the details here. Was that under some kind of duress? If Grugash is taken out, will Kalima still be working for Orsivus? Or how does that whole thing work?
According to what Pexina told us, Kalima was part of a group of druids who then took control over the tower. And then Grugash came as a savior. I don't know if that was by Orsivis's design, because Sylvana said that Kalima was under the same influence.
All right, so the way I'm thinking about this is two possible fork and passive influence here. One, direct mind control. Two, some kind of political arrangement, both of which has Kalima working for Grugash and Orsivis. Either way, if we get rid of Grugash, either the mind control ceases or the political tables are kind of turned on their head and she has to kind of figure out something else after the fact. It seems like maybe we should go after Grugash first. That's how I'm thinking about it. Thoughts?
I agree with you that we should do Grugash first, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Kalima will be safe because she could be going directly to Orthosis or whatever, and not Grugash. Because I mean, let's be honest, Grugash seems to just be like, or whatever. Let's just say Dream Viper, Dream Viper's son. Like that's kind of like he does his rampaging, he does his little acid breath, but he doesn't really seem to be that he doesn't really seem to be the brains of the operation, from what I can tell. So I don't know if he'd really be the one that would be doing the mind control or the political. Plus, if there was political control, Orsivises would know as well. So that wouldn't change anything if he died. And yeah.
Or
I'm not
survive?
Rams.
Well
Yeah.
played. Well
It's
played.
honestly you're not the first group, not the first person to get that name. Literally, I mean, it's so funny, it's so comical. Honestly, I should change the name of the character just because it gets messed up so many times. It's funny.
I think we should go for Kalima first.
My real thing is that
She is the
maybe
source.
She is the source.
She is the source. You take out the source, it eliminates a whole lot of problems.
maybe
Not to
Kalima can be
mention
saved. And if she helps us, this might be a lot easier.
maybe, but either way, she's taken off the board if we go after her first, right?
Mm-hmm.
'Cause what good is she if she can be saved after? I mean, that's nice and all, but it doesn't really benefit us.
I don't know. Usually I'd be a bit more hesitant about killing him, but
So
we got the payload seal of approval, so
So are we going to Kalima first? I can try to find out where she's at.
He was gonna say, is
Yeah.
she gonna be at Fixia? Because that's
I'm
kind of like
assuming
the main place.
so.
I would assume that.
But you did say, I'm pretty sure you explained one of your visions when you went to the tower. The building in Thixia was damaged and destroyed. If they're holding her and Grugash is aquatic, it might be underground, maybe under Thixia or under the lake. So be good to get a concrete ping on where that's at.
Pangs are good. I like pangs.
Gonna cast divination. Gotta phrase this in a good way. Where exactly is Kalima located? Oh, can I retcon that question? I don't know, cause does it say anything about speaking? Oh yeah, it can't be shown. I can't see anything. Never mind. So I'll keep it like that.
That's what your question is?
Yeah. I was gonna say, can you show me? But it's not. It's not.
So your question is, where exactly is... Question?
Where exactly is Kalima?
Answer comes to you. In a tower.
It's Thixia. That's all I got. So
To Thixia then.
Let's
look
go storm
around.
the castle.
Just be careful. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is the epicenter of all the undead and where they're coming from. So
Careful was kind of implied. Yeah. So are we going to try to boat down further, or are we just going to go the rest of the way on foot? It's going to be a bit of a slog through the marshes.
I think the boat might be a bit more dangerous. If
We don't know where the dragon is.
maybe we get really close, like within like a mile or two, then we just go the rest of the way on foot.
I don't know. You mentioned aquatic dragon here, and this entire area is kind of its domain. Norfolk was the latest real conquest to its power, so this is kind of the edge of its territory. As much as it sucks walking through mud all day, it probably
might
is
be
the
the best
safer
bet.
option.
yep, let's just get this over with then.
Okay. By the way, has the dog been coming with us since the camp?
Yes, the dog is
Are you
with us.
asking if your mastiff is in the boat?
I mean, we have an extra spot since Regmore's not there.
Is the mastiff a good boy?
Yes. Very good boy.
The mastiff's in the boat.
Take this off.
So, listening to your conversation, honestly, I don't know. I mean, you all are kind of like, do we go here? So, I need a place. I mean, you're on the water. Are we staying in the boats, going in the direction of the shoreline?
I would suggest not being in the water.
Are we getting off the boats?
So we were just passing Norfolk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're
Coming down
heading
here.
for the southern shore of the river. We're disembarking, and we're just gonna go on foot. I'm guessing along the river's edge, maybe amongst the trees if we can hide
Yeah.
ourselves as best we can. As long as we follow the river down, we should eventually just kind of bump right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. So that's the plan. All right. So, as you are making way, feeling as if you are in a place of no return. You disembark. The fog layer rolling embankments around you. You notice that the noises about the space begin to slightly increase. The wildlife around you aglow, amuck. This is an ecosystem. The bioluminescence of the shrooms providing some light, the daylight not piercing through, but just kind of moving in the direction of the fog, right? So you know it's daytime, there's still light out. Snakes every so often, critters of small to medium size, and large things in the shadows. You are quick to maintain your perceptions as also your stealth. You don't want to step on something that might harm you, right? Cause you to have an undead horde poured out upon you. So you are kind of moving at a pace. 2 rangers in the party, though, able to maintain stealth and move. You're not particularly maybe, understanding this whole place, but you're getting what I would say is good learning of it. You're figuring out where things should, where you should step, where you shouldn't. And the tall, hulking, black ashen trees, leafless, pineless, they don't have anything. They're large brambles, the massive trunks upon them, as well as the branches. Some of the roots are exposed. You might be putting your foot down in some tall to medium-sized grass, some short. And again, it's just a variety. The water itself in this space seems to be black and without life. Eventually, the sounds of the river stops, as well as the rain, which seems rather strange since you're pretty sure you saw rain clouds over the marshes, but there is no rain in here at all. You now have what resembles sounds of where you're at, and you continue on your journey through. The density of the trees pretty decent in this particular area, and the water around you isn't horrible at all. In fact, it's like walking through a more dense and slight kind of watery type forest in this sense. You continue, and you reach a point where you feel exhausted. You feel tired. You've been marching and moving all day through this terrain, and you have yet to really get to anywhere too particular. At a certain point, following the riverbank, with the trees moving through, feel the need to stop. You haven't encountered any of the undead. You haven't seen any of them. But that could just be because of the density of the fog. You just haven't really ran into them. Stop. Figuring out, hey, where's the best place to camp in this place? We can climb a tree, yourselves a little bedroll out, lay it out. We could pitch up the tall grass here of the riverbank. And strangely, from the accounts of the patrols, they seem to lose themselves. But none of you have. You all seem somewhat okay. Of course, it's odd that night hasn't befell you, because you're tired from hiking and moving through this marsh all day. It hasn't. In fact, luminosity hasn't changed at all. It's still daylight. How strange.
I would
Hey,
like to
Time
use
Wizard.
common sense.
Time Wizard, what time is it?
Would I be able to take a look around the surroundings, everything, using my investigation, sensing something's definitely off?
Yeah, can I also do that with my eye for detail?
As I mentioned, I'm using
Um,
divine sense because I'm really good at this.
Okay, so we have divine sense, Costas. You don't feel any undead around you, but this is ground. The round is unholy. so you can feel the presence of the undead about you. But there's no specific creatures in the confined sense. Now, in terms of understanding time and other things, we can do survival. Right? We can do investigation. Right? There's different ways of understanding that. So it depends how you're looking at it.
Yeah, I'd like to investigate like the sun's movement or like the trees, seeing if I notice same tree, same step, or same area, cloud movement, things like that.
Are we just like repeating, kind of a loop?
Yeah, I was gonna investigate to see if we're traveling in circles, basically.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Joe is confused.
Follow with an investigation of 19. You have seen new wildlife. Nothing is the same. This is all new ground. Yeah. Investigation of 24. You come to similar conclusions. And both of you, by the way that the daylight hasn't changed, suggest that the daylight hasn't changed. Fog is so thick you can't understand where the sun is at. You just have the light glowing about the sky. The concealment in this place is so thick you can't even see 30 feet away from you. So you're disoriented, but you're pretty sure with your investigations that this is all new. You've been moving. Your steps account for that.
Okay. This is weird. Yeah, I don't know if getting off the boat was the right choice.
I think we should probably set up camp for now and
Yeah.
Okay, so we have been walking like an entire day, right? It's just suddenly the sun around here doesn't feel like taking a nap.
I mean, it is connected to the Shadowfell. It's not ridiculous to assume there's some kind of magic on it to control time
Oh, right. Congruence. Like we're bridged up to another realm or something. Maybe this is the sun from the other place. Or something. I don't know.
Othal, you'd know more about this than me. Is it like easy to, at least for like a deity, to control the time of day and like their domains? This is essentially part of like Orsuvis's like area, so shouldn't be that hard, right?
Well, the stronger the deity, the stronger connection that they have in the mortal plane, the stronger that they can enforce their domain. It's not far off to think that Orsuvis has put a protection over this place for Grugash or anything like that. So, yeah.
I say we rest shortly. Probably we shouldn't like sleep or anything, but maybe get some quick rest. Yeah. I don't know how I feel though about lookouts, since we can only see about 30 feet. We could.
No, we definitely need lookouts. No,
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, I don't
short
know how
nap
we're
is in
gonna-
order, sure, but yeah, we haven't. Apart from hiking all day, I don't think we've really exerted ourselves too bad. So yeah, we'll take a few hours of nap time and then push on forward after that.
No, but my big thing is how do we set up lookouts properly if we can only see 30 feet? I mean, maybe they
Same
do
way
it
we
for
Sight
school.
is only one sense.
Yeah.
Hearing, smell,
This place
all
is,
of these are senses we can use.
And
the fog is probably going to interfere with smell a little bit and hearing. I mean, we can hear stuff, but this entire place is loud. It won't be too hard for something to get close to us.
All right, how about this? I will get a group someone of the Buckwilder sneaky step up in here, and we can all just kind of hang out in the shadows here. Nobody can see us, even if we can't see them. Maybe especially because we can't see them. Not sure how it works, but yeah. Let's all just kind of hang out, lay low, get some rest, and then we can keep on pushing on.
All right. I'll rinse and repeat. Put an alarm around us.
Okay.
For mental. To let us know, and I'm gonna take the hour to change Heavy back to, his monkey form. And then
All right.
tell him to fly straight up above the fog and look at the sky. See if anything's different.
Heavy flies. Flies. Feels as if half an hour has passed by. Heavy returns in range. Keeps going. Don't stop.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, there's I don't think there's any getting out right now, guys. Yeah, the fog keeps going, and it looks like we're already in it.
So the fog keeps going, the day keeps going, the land keeps going. From what little I understand here, seems like we're kind of in between worlds right now. We just got to keep on going until we reach the other side.
If we can reach it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, hopefully we don't get smattered in our sleep right here. But sure, let's get a little rest and then keep on going.
Let's definitely try to stay within, like, very close to the river. This is...
Yeah.
Okay. So as you decide to long rest, getting yourselves and recovering, you are able to take that. I don't know if anybody used anything, particularly I think Divine Sense went on. You wake in the morning. Is it morning? After your watches have concluded, it's been daylight the entire time, and that has never changed. And the birds and the wildlife around you have never stopped, causing maybe for some of you difficult time sleeping, but it's manageable. You awake, eat your rations, fish, whatever you can find, your water skins, and you get ready to march another day. As you do so, continuing to follow the riverbank, you get to a period again where you have marched. As you feel several hours, and the fog and the shadows continuing, the birds slowly subside. Sound slowly of the water nearby you. You need to hear the slight crushing grass.
Divine Sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actively keeping out like perception and stuff for dragons. So is this ticking anything for me?
Don't forget about that thing, Mr. Atala, that was invisible tracking us. Could still be out here.
Yeah, you're right. See, invisibility goes up.
So you're throwing on Sea of Invisibility?
Mm-hmm.
So I got Sea Invisibility, and then we have a perception check. Right. You're going off your passive perceptions, but if you want to make an active one, if you're hearing crushing of grass, that's fine.
Passive.
I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace on the whole party. Guys, I think we're getting close. When the birds go silent, predators are afoot. I think we're getting to our destination here.
But to put a pass out trace on, you can just do ahead and cycle the spell slot off, and I can just manually put it on all of you. grouping yourselves together. We're now going to come to a map. As your perception of 21. Sees what resembles that of shadows in the fog, creatures moving in the grass. And you look in the direction of what would be south, which is your left of this map. More shadows, and more and more and more. You don't see anything but the trees and slight of the grass beginning to form in depth, as if the tree line is beginning to end. And from here on out, it's just grass, medium and tall. Some of it enough to give you full cover. Soft cover, not hard cover. The fog density, creatures don't seem to notice you. You can see them. But how many more are in here? How many more are around you? Don't know. You can't exactly see them.
Did my divine sense show, if anything?
Your divine sense shows that there are undead. Creatures are around. But that divine sense can't pinpoint because many of them are outside of the range of this ability. And someone is revving their motor. Who are this? Alarms? What is going on in the background?
For once, it's not me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And paused.
Yeah, guys, there's definitely undead here.
I think we should use the water line for this. Maybe submerge ourselves a little bit and coast around.
I don't know if that's the best idea, honestly. We just keep on hugging the coast and keep going through. Like, nobody's noticed us yet. I think we can just slip on by.
Should we break into a battle formation to protect those who might not be that good in close combat?
No, I think we just stay close. Stay in the line.
Mr. Joe.
Keep going.
Mr. Joe, can you show us a path and keep us quiet? As we're traveling through, I would repeatedly cast minor illusions over this way, which are just footsteps walking over that way, in that direction.
Okay.
And then just like keep an eye out and see if people go out in that direction. It's just the sound.
I'll take up the rear.
I guess I'm gonna trailblaze the path here.
I'll be
And seeing that it's for once it's not pitch black and I can actually see where the hell we're going.
I'll be kind of like behind Joe.
And I think actively stealthing Michael through this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all actively still.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make
actively
rolls then.
Invisible.
It could have been so much better.
Could have been better.
32 is insane.
You got a 32 and you're complaining?
My passive is a 33 right now.
I'm kind of mad because
Rolled a 9.
We are cruising down the bank.
And I would continue the minor illusions like as we go down this path.
Ooh, there's some big guys.
Oh,
But they don't see us. La 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 la. Ro, 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 ro. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, 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 yeah. And we go straight down
Oh,
through the
oh,
middle
oh.
here.
Oh.
Slow down. Slow down.
Joe.
Slow down. I'm trying to follow you.
So-
My keyboard is not responding.
yeah, this is not the most.
You always hover over and press F. Remember, there is a follow.
He
Yeah.
keeps moving too fast. I can't click on him. Stop moving.
And I will pause if you want to follow.
There we go.
Um,
Okay.
can I get closer before I press F since it's like 25 meters behind now? I think.
So as you're cutting away, you can see that the undead here, right, mindless, moaning, some of them large, hulking metallic figures crushing the ground, just moving. Seemingly your passo trace is funneling the grass. You're not making any movements at all. You're shuffling. Costas, being heavily armored, making a little bit of movement, but not too much. Begin to cut through here. The minor illusions casting in the direction of right. See some of them beginning to move off.
So many big boys.
This almost feels like I'm playing an old school RTS. It's like just because the squares of movement are so large, it reminds me of Warcraft 2. Did anybody else play Warcraft 2?
Scary.
Mm-mm.
That was a
Nah.
fun game.
So Dirty Joe, as you can scan and see the undead attracted by the illusion magic, the noises, they're responding to it. But up ahead seems to be something different. As you stare at 4 figures, lizard folk, this blackish energy about them, using their spears. They seem to be smashing into the grass of the water, pulling fish that are nestled into the mud, feasting and eating, their mouths dribbling acid. They speak to each other. The language spoken is draconic. They are talking the shit, just speaking about the day, suggesting that they are not mindless at all.
Okay. Well, that's mildly interesting and does not change our mission parameters whatsoever, so I'm going to try to skirt around them.
Michael,
Silently though.
Yes.
Michael, as we're walking around, can I like passively be looking around using the minor see invisibility to
Yeah,
just make sure nothing's on our tail or anything?
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing
As
the
you
same
all-
to keep out eyes for dragons.
As you all begin to sneak past, going through this horde, and do so successfully. Impressive stealth. Seemingly nothing has perceived you all. The daylight pass through. You continue on your way.
Good job, Joe.
I don't know what we do without the sneaky step.
Fortunately, as you are moving, you get through the density. Now finding your stride, you can navigate through these creatures, especially with the path without trace, or even without it, since the horde is sparse now. And you've gone miles. You're tired. You've marched a whole day. And you have yet to reach your destination, the medium to tall grass in the river. The river continues to get wider and wider. the fog, embankments rolling over. You don't know where you are. In terms of Thixia. And as you question that, and you look over across of the river, you could swear you see a massive tower, nearly 100 feet in its width, its length, easily 200 feet in its height, standing as a beacon in the fog. With the river flowing through, it makes it apparent. Then as you stare down, fatigued from the march, look into the grass, all of you now. And underneath the grass is stone, rubble from buildings, from structures. As you continue, you are on the ruins of a city. Grass growing over it for hundreds and hundreds of years. You've been in Thixia for a lot longer than you thought. Just didn't know. The distance, the shadows. Based on the map that you have, you'll reach the heart of Thixia in a couple of hours. But you'll risk exhaustion. So do you rest now? And then press on in the next day? If it's the next day. Who knows? What do you all do?
I vote rest.
Well, if what I'm thinking, we're in Satoric's Citadel. I don't know if resting here is a good idea. Maybe a short rest. I don't think resting all night.
Short rest is
Maybe
fine.
we
Yeah.
could try to find like a little bit, like a point with a little bit of high ground, like if we can see one and rest there, or
You said that there are like ruined. Are there ruined? There's ruined buildings.
They are not ruined in the sense that they are standing. They are under the grass. They have been such rubbled and weathered over time, they have been brought into the soil. You've been walking over it, just didn't realize it. Until you decided to stop from your exhaustion, take a moment to pause. Funneling through the grass with your feet, staring, you can now see it, clear as day.
Yeah, I think rest if we can, but if something pushes us, that we move on. The resting isn't more important than staying alive here.
Okay.
Sure. Even if we just
Yeah.
get off our feet for a couple hours, that'd be fine.
See if we can find one of these abandoned buildings or something or some rubble to hide behind.
yeah, maybe we could.
Post a watch and try not to waste any time. No drawing attention to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, keep your smithing hands to yourself.
So no dance battles. I understand.
Yeah.
So, you're finding a bit of rubble. And so you do. A mound, what resembles that of a grassy knoll, is truly a pile of stone, rotten wood. Mushrooms growing freely, feasting. Duck in. Taking a short rest? Is that what we're doing?
I'm fine for a long
Rest so
rest.
long.
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
because if we're resting
long-
exhaustion, I think we're gonna try to take a long rest. If like something is pressing on us, like a horde or something, we might move. But I think right now we'll try to move into Thixia as rested as we can because we don't know how long we're going to be, in the heart of it.
Okay. So bedding down grass behind the cover of this, finding little spots, total concealment, fog in the grass. Go through a long rest, setting up the alarm, keeping your watches, keeping your perceptions. Nothing seems to cause any issues. You awake. It is still daylight. Something is a little bit different. The light is slightly darker. Just a little. And noticeable to the eye. So we're going to go ahead and end this session.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
We made it,
Gonna hit the
guys.
fan.
Yeah.
You all like the navigation through the undead, though. A little bit tedious, but I think it was funny.
It's great. Joe doing
Gave me
shows.
like major Walking Dead vibes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
for sure. Yeah.
Like we've had so many things so far that are like full Walking Dead. Like that time that FEMA, we got that to like.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Anyway, is the dog still with us, or did the dog get lost?
Is the dog a good boy?
Yes, he's a good boy.
Dog is with you.
Does the Mastiff need to eat? Just lives off of energy.
It's an
Positive vibes.
Yeah.
It lives off
It's
positive
intelligent,
vibes.
right?
Oh yeah, it can understand human speech. It can understand human. It can't speak. It can't speak common. But it can understand common perfectly. It's an intelligence much higher than usual dog. Very, very good boy. We can also communicate telepathically up to a mile away. But that's
Intelligence does not denote a good boy by default.
I know.
Yeah.
Smart
a
boy.
good
but
boy.
Also,
A good boy denotes a good boy.
yes. I mean, Felix may use him like as a bit of
Felix may use him.
yes.
Felix may ride this mastiff into battle.
He was just
Felix, are you
I
going
will.
to ride the good? Are you going to ride the good boy?
I had before, yeah.
It's hilarious. Oh man.
I mean, if it's a horse, I would actually I want myself, but I can't exactly ride the Mastiff, so yeah.
Don't ride a horse in a marsh.
Yeah, that's why
We
I did summon
learned
a horse.
everything from Neverending Story. Don't ride a horse in a
Probably want the
marsh.
mountain speed.
Maybe an elk. Maybe I should have done elk. Maybe an elk could have worked.
No!
No, it's the same thing.
No!
I don't know. Those guys navigate forests all the time. I'm sure they'd be fine.
All right, so we have
Kind of being sarcastic.
1,244 experience each. That's going to put you at 49,993 experience total, I believe. Also, I did want to bring. Is anybody been hearing beeping?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Does anybody know where that's from? Because I'm curious
No.
about it.
I have no idea.
Okay. I kind of want to like wait after the stream here. I'm curious if I can see it. I want to see who's doing it because I was like, wow, that's happening quite a lot.
It's
Is
the
somebody?
government.
It's the government. I wonder is someone like muting their mic and then muting it
I was
again?
testing it right now.
No, it's not you.
Wait a minute. Is this like the beeping?
Glenn,
Did you hear anything?
No.
Okay, now?
yeah, we
It's
heard
not-
that,
that's
but
not the
that's
beep.
not it. Hold on, I'm
Well, we
gonna
can-
I'm gonna mute myself and unmute myself a few times and tell me if you hear
Okay. No,
it. Okay.
I hear it. But I didn't hear it before.
no, it's a very distinctive.
Mhm.
It's a
noise.
beep. Yeah.
It's the government, man.
Very distinctive. It's the government. Like
They're
this is-
recording us.
Maybe they're recording. Okay, well, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it sticking with us here for the Wayward ones as they navigate into the marshes, and they're heading directly to Thixia. They're heading to the heart of this thing. We're going to see what happens on the next session as they make way in the next coming hours here. See what happens. So I'm not sure, but anyways, appreciate it, and we will see you then. Everyone, say goodbye. Bye.
Wayward wins!
Yes, we are very wayward.
We have a name.
Yeah.
Bye.